And coming to you live from DF, not in the state of Mexico, but in the tentacle of the state of Mexico. We are here with the fourth edition. I tried to do, I see the problem here is I tried to do the ESL intro, but it doesn't really work with the title. We are here with the 2020 NA Contender Season 4, just doing the round of 12 to start things off. And I am your host, Yaku of Yakuzaku. With me today, we have el referente que vive junto a la terraza prion himself, Light_VIP. How we doing, Light?
What's up, Yaku? We're here. We're back with some more NA Contender. You thought we were done, and we were kind of done. 2 weeks ago,
we weren't.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago we did wrap up NA Contender Season 4 Division 2, but now we have Division 1.
Yeah, the big boys, as you could perhaps call them.
Yeah. So this season of NA Contender is a little bit different. In all the previous seasons, there was just like one division. There was just NA Contender. But because of the amount of players that were like joining, like Sugar was like, okay, we got to split this up. You know, we need the Division 1 and the Division 2, which is like a good thing. And like.
Along.
Yeah, I guess it's a good thing, right? Because like, you know, the event itself is getting more and more sign-up, so it's getting bigger and bigger. But Sugar, he's like experimenting with like how to deal with that.
Eventually there are going to be qualifiers.
Eventually there's going to be qualifiers. Yeah. There's going to be code A to like F or something. There's going to be, oh boy. Yeah.
That will be Division A1, Division A2, Division B3, all the way down to Division F9.
Oh boy. So
PTSD for anyone watching.
Careful there, Yaku. Oh god. But yeah, we are here with Division 1, and I love it. We have a couple of, you know, familiar names to us from the previous seasons. I feel like Last Surprise has been here every single season, right?
Yeah, he has. He's also been the winner of NA Contender Season 1, as I recently have looked at, and I believe he may... This is at least based on my memory here, Light, but I'm just looking at, you know, his results in these tournaments, and I believe he was the one who we had our eyes on the most in the previous season of NA Contender.
Yeah. A lot of that is because I think he may have been like the only player in the playoffs who's returning from Season 2. Because we casted Season 2, then we casted...
Right, that was what it was.
Yeah. He's like, hey, we know him. Like... and we still know him.
Yeah, I know that guy. And of course, there are a couple other players who we've casted before. Sigifried, love that guy. FEqualsMA, was known as Equation. That's not actually true. Worldisdoom. But there is a newcomer here, Light. There is a newcomer who I think a lot of people are kind of raising their eyebrows at, and that is Skyskrapr.
Yeah, it's like, hold on, how is there someone from Japan here? And of course, yeah.
I was just gonna say, it is how we find out that they're not actually from Japan. They just what's it called? Want to represent Japan for whatever reason.
Exactly. Just like Asuna, who I believe Asuna is in NA Apprentice proper. You know, they have basically dual citizenship, or they have residency in the land of the Americas. Just like Skyskrapr here. So yeah, I'm also curious to see how he does. Is he gonna follow in Sayak's footsteps as like one of the best Terrans in a TVT? Oh, we'll see.
And we definitely shall. We don't really get a lot of Japanese players, first off, in NA Contender, you know, for obvious reasons. But I feel like in general in StarCraft 2. So, yeah, that's where my eyes are sort of aiming at. But for now, we've got to start with Hoblight. We've got to start with the home matchup.
Oh yeah, we're gonna start with some America versus America. And quickly before we get into this game, I also just realized, mate, we have no one from Canada repping here.
Yeah, and I was honestly really surprised. Canada, obviously they won Season 2 of NA Contender, or a Canadian has won Season 2 of NA Contender, won Season 3 as well, and even in Season 4 made it all the way to the finals, and that was when there wasn't a split between between Division 1 and Division 2. So, yeah, just the fact that all of our Canadians either, what's it called? What's the word I'm thinking of here? Like, promoted or didn't make it through. It's a little surprising to say the least. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to drink maple syrup for a while.
It's a shame. It's a shame that that's not going to happen. And I will ask Yaku, can you currently see the match happening?
I see a loading screen.
Okay, all right. Well, as we get into this, and as you can update us, spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our first player of the evening. I'm so excited to cast him. I have a little bit of backstory, and this is why he is going for that Forge first. We have the American Protoss player, currently representing Alpha X. It is FEqualsMA.
And this is actually great. I can cast from the stream here. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, about to be forged first. We have the Blues player coming out from the land of America, going to be representing.
Alan.
I'm sorry?
All inspiration.
All inspiration. We have Worldisdoom, but he's about to be doomed in World.
Oh boy. So my question is, first, is the Discord stream working? Is it good? Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. I like the uncertainty. It's great.
I'm making up bits and pieces from the screen share.
Nice. So we do of course have this cannon rush happening, and this is what I was so excited about. FEqualsMA, Yoda and I, we had the luxury of casting him during the NA Apprentice qualifiers for NA Apprentice, and he was like an American version of Turkey Dano.
Kind of, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, we casted him in a best of 5, and every single game he forged first. Like, it was every single game.
Yes. I assume you are speaking.
Huh? What? Oh, what? Can you not hear me?
I'm making out bits and pieces here.
Oh.
But the cannons do land down, and the Overlord is going to be taken right out of commission, like so.
Yeah, and we'll see what the response is here from World of Doom, because he did spot the Forge. He is going for a Roach first, a Roach Warren, I should say. And he's already got a couple out. He's getting a Spine as well. So, I mean, so far, like, you know, he's fine in his main base, but yeah, we do see that he does have a proxy across the map. Yeah,
that we definitely do. He's actually taking that across the map, as he said, which I feel like that's kind of Dark-esque, in my opinion, your light, but yeah, we'll see what he can get done there.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we'll see what FEquals decides to do as well. Like, so far, he hasn't decided to throw down a Robo. It's just a gateway. You know, he's reinforcing with more shield batteries, more cannons as well, slowly encroaching upon the main base of World of Doom. And there it is. Finally, the Robo is on the way. And we've seen how things can go with that. You know, with Immortals and War Prisms, things can get really rough.
It definitely seems that way to me. Now, to be fair, there isn't really much that Worldisdoom has much in his main base. It is only a handful of these Ravagers and a single Spine Crawler. Now, Immortals, they are your building busting unit. They maybe not too favored against the Ravagers, but one Immortal against two, I favor that every time.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna take a little bit for them to come out, but they are definitely on the way.
MA scouts the base light.
He does. He scouts the base, so he's aware of it. I don't know what he's gonna do about it. Oh my god, he immediately throws down so much side defense to the main base, throwing down some gateways as well. And this is great. Like, so World of Doom is forcing his opponent to make a, you know, to spend his resources across the map, which is a good start. But at the same time, you know, the Immortal, it's still in the way. Like, slowly and surely, it looks like the Spine is even getting low. I'm surprised there's only one Queen here, so there's not too much energy for Transfuse.
Sorry? Oh, transfuse, yes. There is many energy on this queen for transfuse, and it is surprising me a little bit that Worldisdoom has decided not to go for producing any more queens for that. He is getting a drop lower, though, surprisingly light.
Oh, okay,
I wonder what that's for.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's gonna try and float into the main. I was curious what the lair was for. Like he started his lair earlier, and I'm like, oh my god, is he gonna try Nidus? But no Nidus whatsoever. It looks like instead it's gonna be for that Dropper Lord. And I mean, this could work. You know, the cannon is only at the front, like it's not defending the mineral line.
Yeah, honestly, I do kind of prefer this this way of bringing your units into your opponent's main. Not only do you still leave units at home to have a little bit of protection, but it is also relatively cheaper getting that Overlord out, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's less of an investment.
Lots more supply.
Yeah, exactly. But we do see the first Immortal is already moving up the ramp. The War Prism is here as well. And I mean, there's a decent amount of Ravagers to push him away. And I'm really surprised. So far, there's no response here from on the side of FEquals. Like, he sees the creep. Like, creep is being spread in his vein.
You say something about expand?
Oh my god, as we do have the Roach Ravager here in the main base pushing in as well. So finally it's revealed, and FEquals, he's forced to pull the probes.
Does he pull the probes? He does pull the probes here, Light. And it's getting a little bit desperate right now. You know, FEqualsMA, he does have the shield batteries out. He does have an overcharge available to him, but he is trying to press this, which is kind of surprising to me. He's not quite fighting within range. There is a battery overcharge being thrown down, and he will now retreat back into the safety of that.
Yeah, he will.
He's starting to overextend a little.
Yeah, like he is fighting relatively well. Like he's able to pick off one of the queens, and at the moment, like he's, you know, all of his attention is in his main, so he's not really applying much pressure across the map with his Immortal. And in the end, he actually cleans everything up.
Yeah, now this is all cleared out. I mean, what does Worldisdoom really have left as a bit of hope for him? I mean, he could potentially try to saturate that base up in the other side of the map, but he is not going for that. Nidus network coming down.
Ooh, there we go. Finally, we have the Nidus, and part of me wishes that he went for the Nidus earlier instead of going for the Dropper Lord. Like, it's, you know, it was an interesting play, but, you know, he was able to deal some damage with it. We'll see if it pays off. Again, FEquals, it's taking him an incredibly long time to push into the main base. I just realized that he only has one Immortal. Did
you... Wait.
Oh my god. Yeah, and it looks like the Stalkers, they are, you know, he's trying to deal with this this ninja base across the map, and there we go. The Nidus does finally go up for World of Doom, so he's getting into the main base, forces a recall as well.
And this is a lot of firepower coming out right now for Worldisdoom, but with the recall Light, I feel like FEqualsMA should have just enough. We'll have to watch War Prism and just how well he can juggle that. But it almost got taken out, but not quite.
Yeah, and we're in a really weird position, right? So, like, the main base, he's able to secure it, and he should be able to take care of this ninja base, the hatchery that's across the map, and clean this up with his main army. And will World of Doom have enough to hold at home? Like, he has plenty of Roach Ravager, and FEquals is going to expand, so I'm a little bit concerned, Yaku. We may end up into, like, a longer macro game.
It's definitely possible, but I feel like just with the Immortal out, FEqualsMA just has way too much of a bargaining chip with him here. Now, as you said, it will depend on when FEqualsMA decides to push out, or if he even does. But yeah, I mean, longer macro game, I would normally not be too concerned about that, but considering the state that we're in right now, like. I need this game to end.
Yeah, I mean, if it's better, I could just close the stream and then you could look at the stream on Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
Okay. Oh, it's a billion times better.
All right, hold on. How do I? Okay, cool, sweet. So yeah, we will sort this out.
Better.
Yeah, we will sort this out after. I'll just send you the replays and we can just, like, you know, time ourselves in. for the rest of the series.
The classic.
Exactly. But yeah, we're just expanding. You know, we're just getting into a longer game because because the thing is, like, even though there's an immortal, there's only one. I mean, we'll see. To be fair, World of Doom, he's out of position.
Yeah, completely out of position. I'm a little bit concerned for FEqualsMA though. He does not have a recall available to him, I don't think. And his army's about to get surrounded right now. The Biles do land. Somehow this Warp Prism is still alive, and it will be able to pick up a couple of important units there.
Yeah, I'm just so very surprised because the entire game, like, it was like 8 minutes that he was containing his opponent. FEqualsMA, he only made a single immortal. Like, I was expecting more, right? And now, like, because there's only a single immortal, there's no sentries either. Like, I don't know, it feels like his army is really missing something.
Well, it's missing something times about maybe 20 coming out there. Another knight is being thrown right now for Worldisdoom, and that's one thing to point out is that FEqualsMA, he's gonna have a hard time expanding just because of how much creep is on his side of the map.
Oh my god, I just realized, I think, okay, there is a recall available, but he's not really going for it. Instead, it looks like he's trying to go for a base trade. He's going into the main base of World of Doom. Meanwhile, like, his natural is going to be falling.
Yeah, his natural will fall, but as long as he's able to take out that Nidus network and is able to take out this base, he should be able to get the recall in and be in a much better position right now. Only 2 Ravagers able to make it out here.
Oh my god.
FEqualsMA, he has way more firepower on his opponent's side of the map, but meanwhile, back in the natural of the Protoss player, not looking too good. Worldisdoom now trying to go for another sneaky ninja base somewhere.
Yeah, honestly, with the army of FEquals, like, he could probably recall and win. Like, there's not too much here. There's like a handful of Lings that could be dealt with. There's like a handful of Ravagers. I feel like there's definitely an opportunity for FEquals to kill the hatchery and then recall.
There definitely is, but there is a time for that. And right now, he's not targeting it light. Soccer's firing in every different direction.
He is. He's targeting all the other tech structures as well, and slowly but surely, all the buildings for FEquals are gonna go down. And oh my god,
he does have 2 Nexuses up, and Nexuses, they are fairly tough. Once this layer goes down, we should be seeing a recall.
Oh he's not going for it.
Targeting the other Nexus, but there is also another Nexus being thrown down here in the south by FEqualsNA. I almost said NA there, but that's just because that's the type of game that we're covering right now. This is full NA.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there are a couple of structures left for Worldisdoom. I say a couple. I'm actually not entirely sure.
I'm pretty sure it's just Nidus.
Oh, does the Nidus count as a building?
Nidus. It does, but there's also a hatchery being thrown down.
Yeah, there it is. The hatchery is being thrown down in the main base. But yeah, because FEquals threw down that ninja base, I'm like, okay, he's not recalling. He's going for the full-on base trade. And just quickly checking his vision, he does see the hatchery. He sees the Nidus as well, so he will be able to deal with both of those. And with a Warp Prism, I imagine he should be able to just juggle his way to victory, right? I mean, unless the Biles somehow snipe it out of the sky.
Yeah, we'll see how well he can fight up this ramp right now. The Biles do not connect.
Oh no, they do not.
Yeah, it's time to juggle.
Yeah, and World of Doom has no more money. He only has 5 minerals, so that, like, this is it. Unless he cancel, like, he can't even cancel, so he can't make a gas or anything. God.
No, he really cannot be back at home. This is not looking too good. That Immortal being targeted down, but it does get saved at the last second by FEqualsMA. A single Zergling trying to chip away at this Nexus right now. And once that's done, FEqualsMA, he is also going to be out.
Oh, yeah.
And so he doesn't even bother fighting that.
Exactly. A couple of Biles do land on the... Oh my god, and the Biles actually land on the Immortal, sniping the Immortal as well. And with that, we just have Stalkers versus Ravagers, and the Biles aren't too bad either.
Come on, show me how well you can kite this FEqualsMA. The Stalkers are getting really down to the red. Only 2 of them left, 3 of them left. Trying to make a prediction, man. It didn't quite work. Yeah, there we go. 2 of them left.
Exactly. And somehow, some way, even though I believe World of Doom had the lower army supply, he was able to take everything out. The Biles were good enough to land.
AoE. It's pretty good, man.
It's pretty good. To be fair, again, with like incredible micro, I do think FEquals can still clean this out. But yo, the Lings, they found the Nexus.
They definitely have, and unlike Worldisdoom, there is nothing back at home to protect that. There's no way for FEqualsMA to build anything that can be able to protect that. Not even a cannon, as the Forge earlier on in this game did get taken out.
Exactly. There's nothing for him to do. Again, there is still like so much micro potential. Like he's killing drones. Like honestly, oh my god, no! Oh god, he loses another stalker. I like if you give this game to parting, I think like you could. And oh my god, no! The Biles.
I'm shaking my head. The Biles do not quite actually take out the War Prism there, but it is down so low. He is playing with fire every time he tries to warp in. He actually doesn't have anything to warp in. He is just bluffing.
I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he keeps warping in. I think he's, you know what? I think he's real. Is he just buying? Is he just buying time? He's mining.
He's trying to bait. No. Like he's buying time and trying to bait the Biles as well. And that's what he's positioning it over the trees light.
Exactly.
This is NA.
This is peak NA right now, because like again, like the Stalker, it has shields. Like he can afford to like shoot and tank a hit and just continue to do that over and over again. Like this is definitely possible as long as he dodges the Biles.
Exactly, and I mean so far the Stalker hasn't even taken a hit.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a mistake.
Fantastic micro.
Yeah, from FEquals. Like I think he should realize that he can afford to like shoot a little bit, take some shield damage, and then keep going. Right? That's a resource that he can utilize.
Yeah, I guess you can do that. But I mean, if you're confident in your micro ability, you can also do that.
Is he?
He might be, because the thing is, I agree with you. How much more damage are you gonna get out by leaving your Stalker around, right? And it's maybe one more hit you can get out, which, to be fair, will compound, but so will your opponent's hits on you.
Yeah, like one hit actually matters a lot right now because there's nothing else coming up. But as soon as the spawning pool finishes, I think that's game. Like then Worldisdoom can finally make lings.
Somehow, it's gonna be a game. With Worldisdoom at the advantage.
Yeah, like I 100% I believe that FEquals definitely had a chance here. Like just a little bit of miss micro. Again, losing the immortal earlier.
But he is going to be able to build a gateway. One of the Ravagers does already go down. And the Roach is starting to get really, really low. Starting to live a little bit of more health here.
Yeah, the Roach
shouldn't be able to do too much.
The Roach did go down, but the problem is the Lings got out, and with that, what a game!
There we have it. GG is called. Worldisdoom gonna be taking game number 1 of this best of 5 round of 12.
Jesus Christ! Oh my God! What a game number 1.
What a game number 1. I'm gonna need the replays now.
Yep. I'll send you the replays. Oh boy. As a reminder, all these matches will be played via replays, and because these replays aren't necessarily the newest, the game doesn't allow us to like make parties or make lobbies or anything like that.
It's really dumb. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I don't think anyone likes it. Yeah. To be fair. But GG, and Worldisdoom somehow takes game number 1.
On World is Sleep. No, wait, that's a different app. But yeah, GG. All I gotta say, like, is if that's how we start off, I can't wait to see what the rest of the games in the series are gonna be like.
Exactly. Like this is why I really wanted to. I was really looking forward to our first series because FEqualsMA, like he is like, you know, an American turkey danner. He does go for these incredibly cheesy styles, and he almost took that game. It was so amazing to see. But Worldisdoom, he never gave up.
No, he did not. Not even with the Biles landing down everywhere. I'm just trying to see whatever I can like fill in while I try to put extract the replace.
And answering some questions here in the chat, I do see Renegade in the chat. Is the entire bracket going to be played? We are going to play out, or we are going to cast the round of 12. Depending on the length of the round of 12, we may cast a series or two of the round of 8, to be determined. We will at least cover all of the round of 12.
That we definitely will, as our second game is gonna be in Death Aura.
Oh, Ooh, okay, here we go. So do you want to count us in, or do you want me to count us in? Do you want to do this?
How do I count?
Let me know when you're loaded. Let me know when you're loaded. Oh.
And as we all wait to load on in, I do want to remind everyone that exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat, all of the coupon codes, no wait, only mine has been used. You can contribute to the prize pool 50 cents by using the coupon code 2020Contender4 out of no pocket of your own. But if you would like to give yourself a pocket, go ahead.
A pocket?
They'd very much so appreciate it. Yeah, pocket, Mike.
Exactly. Give a lot of love to Sugar. Sugar, of course, he is the grandfather of the NA scene, the godfather, if you will. He admins and he runs so many NA-based tournaments. That's like, you know, his passion at the moment is the North American scene, and he does all he can to, you know, to support it.
I'm in.
You're in? Ooh, okay.
I'm in with Sugar, but also as in I'm in the game.
Oh my. All right, so you ready, Yaku?
I think so.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And loading in now onto Def Aura LE, of course standing for long energy. That is what you need when you are going to be looking at NA games such as this one. In the bottom right hand corner map, spawning all the way to the bottom right hand corner map, we have the green Protoss player coming down from the land of America. He is the player who is an equation. That equation being cannon plus warp prism equals to something or another. I'm pretty sure. F stands for Forge. MA stands for Masters League. He is representing Alpha X. We have FEqualsMA.
Of course, going for that Forge first once again and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Death Aura LE. We have the American Zerg player, currently representing All Inspiration. It is Worldisdoom. That's a lot of drones out.
Maybe that's what the equation stands for. Maybe F is Turkey and MA equals Dano.
I know Sugar actually told us in the chat the last time we casted him. It was like, oh god, it was force equals mass mass something else, like
acceleration.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, mass times acceleration or something like that.
Is that how it works?
Oh my god, he got the gas steal.
That he did, and that should be a good sign. That should be a good sign for things to come, isn't it?
I would imagine so. So this is the problem, I think, with going for this style game after game. It's that you give your opponents more and more chances to adapt and learn and like refine like his response, you know?
Yeah, looking at you, Probe.
Looking at you, Probe. And what I mean by that is, in the previous game, Worldisdoom, he went for a ninja hatchery, and he went for a dropper lord. I don't know how I feel about the dropper lord. Like, we'll see if he does something similar, or
kind of worked out for him. It was a cheap way for him to sort of buy some time, deal a little bit of pressure on the other side of the map while waiting to gather resources for another swarm. But yeah, it's probably not going to work out too well for him this time. No ninja base to be seen, and honestly, if you tried to get one right now, they'd just be intercepted by the cannons.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Maybe not if he takes it in the north.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? This time, no drone has been able to escape and get out of the main base, so
I feel like that might actually be better.
Yeah, it definitely could be. We'll see what his response is, because this means that he has a lot more resources to work with, and with those resources, he is going for a faster lair this time. He has an additional spine, and yeah, he's actually saving some of his resources, not really making not rushing to roaches. He's not making it.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising, but I guess he realizes that FEqualsMA, he's playing it a bit more passive right now. He's not really aggressively leapfrogging like you sometimes do see coming out from Protoss players who do rushes like this.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a bit of a mistake from FEquals, right? Like, he's being incredibly passive for the kind of build that he's going for. So he's giving his opponent so much time, so much freedom to just do whatever he wants.
Exactly. Even looking back at home, you can see that he's completely walled off. He has no, he's not going to be able to take his second base for quite a long time. This has just been, this outpost has just been completely forfeit. There is a single probe still here. But he recalled both of his stalkers, surprisingly.
Yeah, he recalled because he was afraid of a Nidus, actually. He's like, oh my god, and we do see them like patrolling to stop an Overlord. But as we see ourselves, there is no Nidus at all. Like, there was a fast lair. He hasn't done anything with it yet. And because of that, like, now there's nothing really to protect the outpost, as you were saying, on the other side of the map. Surprisingly, he's still making his robo across the map, which is so exposed with no stalkers to defend it. Like, oh god, I don't know about this.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Worldisdoom has also been a little bit passive, not for much longer though, as his entire army is about to collapse onto all of this. The Stalker barely gonna be saved here by shield batteries.
Oh, I'm so surprised it actually managed to survive. It did just barely manage to survive, cleaning up all the lings, but now there's so much Roach Ravager, he's even pushing forward with his spines.
That indeed he is, and honestly he's using the spines in what I would say is the best way you can really utilize them to tank damage from some of these shots, you know, keeping the Queens and Ravagers alive, which are the units you want to keep alive.
Yeah.
Nice Trace Fuse being thrown down right now. And only a single Stalker going to be going down. The shield battery's completely out of energy, and mind you, with no Nexus nearby, there's no way to overcharge them.
Exactly. Now that the shield batteries are out of energy, slowly but surely, the Stalkers are starting to fall. Already one of them fell. One shield battery finally finishes up, just trying so hard to keep everything alive, and the Immortal comes out as well. So with the help of the Immortal, maybe FEquals can push his opponent back, and he does for now, but...
Speed has finished up.
Yeah, oh god.
They are getting that surround top of an Immortal shield battery out of energy once again. The Biles, not quite enough to one-shot the pylons. But still, Worldisdoom, he is establishing himself another foothold here.
Yeah, and again, like, the energy was just enough to keep the units of FEquals alive. There is one more shield battery there. He's trying to repower the depowered shield battery. So FEquals, he's actually fighting quite well. Like, he's actually trading well, like, just barely every time he has enough to hold. I'm just worried that Worldisdoom is just gonna, you know, start snowballing soon. Like, he's got a macro hatch in his main.
It looks exactly. It's looking a lot more likely as time goes on. They are both technically still on one mining base, but Worldisdoom is gonna have a lot more production where that came from compared to FEquals NA. And honestly, a Zerg player on one hatchery has way more resources to play with than a Protoss player on one Nexus.
Exactly. On top of that, we do finally have that lair being utilized. We have the Nidus on the way. We'll see. We'll see if that actually comes into play, because we do have two Stalkers across the map, like, defensively.
Well, yeah, they are back at home defensively, like, but honestly, I think what would be best for Worldisdoom right now is don't try to Nidus into the main, Nidus into natural, right? Sure, you might be moving up a ramp, but what is it, 2 Stalkers and a shield battery? That is basically going to be nothing against this amount of Ravagers coming out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, it's gonna be so difficult to deal with. Oh my god, we actually have a robotics bay on the way for FEquals. Jesus Christ.
Well, and your opponent's going mostly Ravagers, Immortals aren't quite gonna cut it, so hey, may as well try to go for some Disruptors coming out. Do some instant damage. Meanwhile, FEqualsMA is trying to fight up this ramp. No idea about the Nidus network yet.
Yes.
Worldisdoom has not really loaded in any units there.
Yeah, he hasn't really utilized it quite yet. I don't know if it's safe to do so, because he has such a big army outside his main, right? Like, if he leaves, then he kind of exposes himself. So he has to try and find, like, this window of opportunity. And with this hallucination, finally the Nidus is scouted. And with that, like, FEquals, like, he's now got 3 Immortals. He should be starting Disruptor production pretty soon. And with that, like, his army is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, that does prompt him to sort of take this a little more seriously, right? You know, try to end the game much quicker. Earlier, he was kind of toying with his swoop, but now he realizes, oh no, my opponent, he's got the advantage tech-wise. He can just be right in front of my face in a moment's notice.
Yeah.
Which is why he decides to get another base up north.
I love this because this means that the Nidus, it's going up to in the natural. Technically, he could just forfeit his main base and just mine to the north and like recall his probes north instead, right?
Not if no, I think the Ravagers will kill him too quickly.
The Ravagers?
But if he recalled them a little bit, or yeah, it does. I did with the assumption that Worldisdoom sends the Ravagers across the map. Right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't really see that happening. We'll see if he decides to send his Ravagers. At the moment, nothing has really come out of that Nidus. And the more time goes on, that Nexus is about to finish as well. But ooh, decent biles. Oh my god, so ambitious with that Disruptor as well.
Yeah, and it almost paid off for him right in the heart of all of his Ravagers, but didn't have to have picked up once it looked like things were going sour.
Yeah, definitely, and we do see that again, like World of Doom, he hasn't really had an opportunity to send anything across the map. Like everything is still here in his main. No, now we should be having actually still only 2 Disruptors. He's restarting Immortal production. Yeah,
which is definitely the backbone of the Protoss army for the time being. I mean, a couple of Disruptors would be kind of nice, but I don't know. I think maybe he's just doesn't want to commit too hard to them. Would rather have a bit more of a reliable form of DPS out.
Oh my god. I don't know if that was intentional, but FEquals, he cancelled his Nexus.
I guess once he realized that, no, he's remaking it. Yeah, so I think it was a mistake.
Yeah, I was about to say, because he had like, he had like 700 minerals, and I was like, oh my god, what happened? And yeah, he had accidentally cancelled, and oh my god, a Disruptor shot goes off, but at the same time, the Disruptor gets biled.
Yeah, that is what I like to see. Bile versus Nova. Who wins? All of them is the answer to that.
Oh god, that has to be StarCraft. And finally, World of Doom, he's actually utilizing that Nidus to expand. Alright, okay.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
I knew he didn't want to fight up a ramp in case of recall, so just gonna get his second base out. Why not?
Yeah, and honestly, like it's such a shame that FEquals accidentally canceled that Nexus. Like he would be ahead, I feel like, or equal in economy at the moment, but his base is gonna be so delayed.
It'd be F equal?
What?
It would be F equal to his opponent?
I guess. God damn it.
And speaking of getting equal, Worldisdoom is definitely not equal right now. Continuing to pump out the roach count right now. Starting to mine for another base. It's pretty hard for me right now, like, to imagine Worldisdoom turn this around, but maybe with a good Nova. Beautiful split coming out from Worldisdoom, only losing 1 Ravager to that. And FEqualsMA does commit to this. The biles land on so many of these Stalkers. Oh, Blink is really tricky. And the Queens take out the Warp Prism. This is pretty much going to be the final stand right now of FEqualsMA. Look at the army supply plummet.
Exactly, like everything's going down, just forcing himself up the ramp into this massive concave of Ravagers, of Queens, of the Spore even surviving through that as well, and so much supply just lost there for FEquals, and like his immortal count was just completely reset.
It definitely so was, but to be fair, so is Worldisdoom's Queen count. So, like, yeah, I mean, it's maybe a little bit too much to ask right now, considering resources available to him, but, you know, FEqualsMA, if he wants to search a Stargate...
I guess
no, it's not realistic.
Yeah, it's difficult
really
to do.
viable right now.
I feel like the biggest problem is that FEquals, even though he has a second Nexus, like, he's not mining from it at all. He has 0 probes there. Like, he's not really... Yeah, only just now recalling, and it's a little bit too late, because World of Doom, he's taking a 3rd base.
He is. That's actually his 4th base light. No,
technically,
his 3rd base.
Yeah.
No, his
4th hatchery.
No, wait. Yeah, 4th hatchery. Yeah, I mean, like I saw the overseer, and I was like, oh, he got a base in the natural. But no, it was not the case. I'm gonna need much more coffee. Thanks, man.
It's all good. We're here for you, Yaku. And I mean, to be fair, the Disruptors, they've been, you know, getting decent shots, but it feels like the economy of FEquals just has been just god awful, and he hasn't really been able to produce too much in a while. Yeah,
but that may or may not start to turn around as the base up here in the north for him, it's starting to get saturated more and more, you know, continuing to produce probes there. And so the income values are pretty close. Worldisdoom obviously still with the advantage there. But FEqualsMA catching up slowly but surely.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the best unit to try and do this, right? He does have the great equalizer, the great FEqualsMA question mark. You know, in the disruptors, so he is getting value. That's exactly.
F2 equals to Purification Nova. And that was a good Purification Nova. Another one potentially coming in. Almost all of the Ravagers have now been taken out, and these Lings, they have to retreat through this Death March.
Exactly. Like, resetting the Ravager count was actually pretty amazing for FEquals, and with that, maybe there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, it's looking that way. Resetting the Ravager count was huge. Resetting the Queen count even bigger. And right now, what DPS does Worldisdoom even have to fend off these slow lots? Not a whole lot, I can tell you that. But so he retreats with everything, makes his way across the map.
Exactly. He just goes through the night. It's because he has 4 bases across the map. He's even taking the base with the rich gases. Like, he doesn't even care about his main at this point.
It's like, oh, you think you can take out my tech in my lair? I'll just build another one.
Just remake it. Like, there's no rush, right? Like, it's slow lots. There's no Twilight Council for, like, Blink or anything of that nature. Like, we're just getting into another... I don't want to call it a base trade. I guess it's kind of like he's...
Maybe base race? Question mark?
I don't even know what this is. I mean, the Rich Ravager is pushing into the main.
That's what it is. Yeah, Lings and Ravagers started to push in. Recall now being used. Not all of the army gets recalled, so FEqualsMA will still be able to deal a ton of damage over the Worldisdoom's main.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's able to hold on here. I mean, it looks like he's able to... I don't know if it's worth holding on to the main, to be honest. Like, part of me wish he kind of just gave it up instead, but he does hold on to it instead. You know, does find value in it, even though he only has gases, really.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would be way too expensive, right, to remake this base. So FEqualsMA, he decides to just keep it, because... there's still a couple of tech structures that he really needs, right? Like Cyberport, Robo Facility, or Robo Bay rather. These are things that if you're going to be remaking them, it is going to cost you a lot, potentially going to cost you too much. Nice snipe here on the Disruptor.
Yeah, decent snipes, and he's even forcing, you know, the drones to be pulled a little bit as well, but there are so many queens, and the Warm Prism goes down as well, and... just like
the micro potential has been taken out, there is no Twilight Council,
exactly.
So no Blinks available. The Immortal gets taken out, and this final surround with the Lings should be able to take out FEqualsMA. Meanwhile, his ninja bases have been scouted.
Oh, exactly.
Or ninja base, I should say.
Yeah, the Nexus across the map, the probes are being forced off the line, the main army was taken out, and with this, it looks like, despite the crazy openers, despite the Forge first, despite evacuating his main base, Worldisdoom, like, he's perfectly fine in this series. Like, he's looking so good here.
Indeed, he very much so is. And the only question I've got, lad, is what does FEqualsMA have to stay in this game?
He has,
not
like...
GG. Okay, my follow-up question then. What is he going to do in the next game?
Yeah, he's going to Forge first is what he's going to do. As... there it is, GG. GG gets
I think
called.
I was ahead by a little bit.
You were.
Oh.
And, yeah, Worldisdoom takes game number 2.
Yeah, already on match point, looking to make it to the quarterfinals of NA Contender Season 4, Division number 1. It's a bit of a shame that Juanito couldn't be here. But unfortunately, he is Korean. Also a little too high rank.
Also, not from the United States or Canada. There's a lot of qualifications, a lot of restrictions when it comes Korean. To... Yeah, when it comes to...
Well, I mean, that's what I said, no.
When it comes to competing. And... yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. You know, I really want FEquals to do well here. And it does feel like every single one of these games, like, he's had opportunities. It's just like these little things that was kind of like he slipped up on. Especially game 1. I feel like game 1 he definitely could have taken. This one was a lot closer. Worldisdoom, he had tightened up a lot more. It felt like he had a lot of freedom to do what he wanted.
Oh, he definitely did. This game more so than the game on Eternal Empire. It just felt like FEqualsMA did make a lot of mistakes, but at least in this game, Worldisdoom was much quicker to capitalize on them.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll see if F equals has a different approach. I say different approach because I imagine he's still going to forge first. But like if he has something different in store for us here on Submarine.
It's going to be not a Forge First Light. You know what? I can tell you that. It's going to be on Submarine, right? Who Forge First is on Submarine? No one. But you know what they do on maybe he does. But you know what? A lot of Protoss players do on Submarine. Proxy 2-gate.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
That is what I want to see from FEqualsMA.
All right, just let me know when you are loaded in, if you will.
Oh, I'm in.
Oh, nice. All right, on 3, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
And speaking of on Juan, we are now here on the LE Submarine, the LE Submarine, the LE Submarine of which we all reside in. We are now here with the third map of this best of 5 round of 12. We're in the top left-hand corner map, swinging all the way in the top left-hand corner map. We have the green Protoss player coming out from land of America. He is going to be representing Alpha X. This is now his time to reverse sweep it light. Can he do it? We have F equals to MA.
Going for that Forge First again. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Submarine LE, we have the American Zerg player, currently representing all inspiration. It is Worldisdoom. Yo, did you see that?
I did see that. Yo, Worldisdoom this time. He's scouted it with the Overlord, so what does he do? He gets prepared. He sends a drone out, because he knows he's gonna have to take a ninja.
Yeah, exactly. He sent a drone out. He actually also he denied the gas steal as well. He pulled some workers to hold position on the gas geyser, which was amazing.
And, yeah, and with that, I have a feeling we're gonna get a much shorter game this time.
Yeah, we'll see. This is very game 1-esque. But again, Worldisdoom, he has like a massive heads up, right? Like he knows what he's up against. He immediately has the proxy, sorry, the ninja base. You know, he has all of his gases as well. Yeah, I kind of want to see F equals be a little bit more aggressive, but I don't know. He has a much the way he cannons is like, it's like a slow build up to things, right?
Yeah, slowly leapfrogging one by one. Well, actually, now that I think about it, he doesn't really do that so much. FEqualsMA, he's much more of a player who doesn't cannon rush so much as he proxies with defenses out.
He contains. Or he tries to contain.
Yeah, he's more of contains. Well, yeah, he does try to contain.
Yeah,
it's definitely much more of like a proxy robo-bay. More than anything else, except he also decides to get these cannons and shield batteries out to just defend what he has.
Yeah, and the biggest problem is that even on Eternal Empire, F equals, he eventually scouted the hatchery that was across the map, and at the moment he has no idea that a drone managed to escape. He doesn't know the kind of danger he's in.
Exactly, which is the most lethal kind of danger from what I've heard, like.
The one you don't see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe tigers are more dangerous.
Yeah, tigers. Oh god, and we see, actually, it looks like he's going for the scout with the stalker, question mark? He peeked in a little bit.
May as well make use of it, I guess. Problem is that it's actually we'll be able to seek out there. Look at that. Yeah, spy not quite in range to deal with that.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did see the gases, and he did get a peek at the Roach Warren. I think the most important thing that he was checking actually was the lair, was to see if there was a lair, right?
Yeah, most likely. He needs to know whether he's going to be up against, say, a Nidus or not, or Dropalords or not. But that's not going to matter if the lair gets taken on the ninja base. It hasn't been taken yet, but, you know.
Well, the problem is, right, the point of the ninja being that you don't need a lair, right? Like, you already have units across the map. You don't need that, the Nidus or the Dropper Lord. So again, FEquals, he thinks he's in a safer position than he's really in. Actually manages to shade into the main.
Yeah, once again, pretty nicely done. Will confirm again that there is no lair. He manages to pick up a couple of drones here. For a single adept is going to make it out alive.
Oh.
Or will it? It's getting pretty low. It does, but barely.
I'm so surprised it managed to escape. Jesus. So, it was some nice damage, but again, here we go. The roaches, sorry, just pure Ravager even. It looks like they're trying to escape.
They're not even going home.
Yeah, they're pushing out.
They are. Why bother? Worldisdoom is thinking. Why bother cleaning out my natural? Why not you can just clean my opponent out from their main?
Exactly. Oh my god, we could end up in a base trade scenario again. We'll see if recall is used.
That we will. That we definitely will.
Oh.
Alright, Pylon's gonna get taken out.
Yeah, and we do see that the recall is activated, so opts not to go for the base trade, instead tries to defend his main base.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a difficult decision to make usually, isn't it? Like, whether you want to pull that trigger and have your opponent go into you, but this time Worldisdoom, he does have 30 spy crawlers, but to be fair, it did take him a while to get it. So we can't really blame him for deciding to just take incremental damage.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially because FEquals, he still doesn't have any robo units. Like, he's only just, got his Immortal on the way. It's just gateway units at the moment, and it's so difficult to push into spines without that Immortal. But FEquals, like, he defends at home, right? Like, he's able to save his base, and he's trying to look for either the army or that ninja base.
He doesn't actually find it yet, Light. He has no idea where it is. A couple of soldouts do try to make it here, try to make it a bit of sandwiching, but there are just nowhere near enough units to do that. The Ravagers are starting to be targeted down, but the Zerglings are still standing strong, and they are what the Starkers have to worry about. Actually, I feel like trying to micro this Worldisdoom actually made it worse for himself here.
A little bit.
To micro it.
Yeah, it looks like one Ravager will survive with all these things. Like, the rest of the gateway unit should be cleaned up. So I guess that's a nice win. It was kind of expensive losing all those Ravagers, to be fair. But FEquals, like, here we go. The first Immortal is out. We have a War Prism on the way as well. With that, FEquals should be able to push into the main finally. But the Lings are across the map.
Boom, like, push into the main first.
Yeah.
Can try to go down right now, and it will be powered by the backup pylon over there. But the Lings, man, you do not want to let them surround anything, otherwise they just chew through it.
Exactly. This sentry that was warped in, it's too late. Like, ideally it would have force fielded the ramp and stopped Lings from coming up, but it came out after the pylon got taken out, everything got depowered. It's a little bit too late, and even the War Prism coming home, again, kind of revealing his hand here. And FEquals, he has the most interesting games. Like, goddamn it. Like, what is happening right now?
Very much so does, just like Turkey Day, Alright, I was trying to buy some time. A couple more Ravagers coming out pretty soon. And this is going to be just enough for Worldisdoom to take a favored engagement, but we'll see if he actually is able to do that. Again, with the Warp Prism, you get so much more micro potential out. That NA is utilizing pretty well.
Yeah, he definitely is, and you have to be careful with that Queen. He is chipping away at that Warp Prism, but the Queen does go down, and you have to be so careful with amazing micro. With an Immortal, you should be able to clean this up, but again, there are just so many Ravagers, so many Lings. It just makes it so difficult for FEquals to deal with this.
Yeah, more and more are being produced, and they're on their way across the map right now, Light, and it's, again, just really hard to be optimistic right now for FEqualsMA. He has got no second base. He's about to be fully mined out in this main base.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's trying his best to micro these two Immortals. And, I mean, eventually he can deal with this, but there's another Queen out as well to help deal with this War Prism to push it away. The Biles, they're trying to land on this as well. FEquals has to be careful with this War Prism.
He very much so does. It's all being targeted right now, but the War Prism does get saved by Queen's being slow off creep, but now that is not fast enough. And with the Immortals being taken out, what does FEqualsMA even have left? Taking a look at this outpost, the Immortals still being produced. and a lot more, and by a lot more I mean 4 stalkers being worked
Exactly.
in there.
Oh my
Here.
god. Yeah, that was that hero queen. The lone queen was able to snipe that war prism and just shut down that attack. And now there are only 4 stalkers, 1 immortal. If he had a war prism, then maybe. But
back and forth within range of the queen.
it did. It did.
Work that out.
Oh god.
But he is starting to get another one out. FEqualsMA is. Meanwhile, Worldisdoom really knocking down the front door of Worldisdoom, or FEqualsMA rather. We'll be able to take out the pylon and should be able to take out this forge as well. Nice bit of kiting there from the non-blinkable stalkers. Enough target miles to one-shot the cannons. This force field not quite good enough. And with that, it looks like Worldisdoom may be our first quarterfinalist.
Exactly. The shield battery goes down. There's only just gateway units here to defend the main base, and with good enough files, everything should be cleaned up. FEquals, like, he is looking to try and counterattack here to the bottom left. He's trying to take out this hatchery, which is, I mean, he is slowly overpowering what is here, which is great. But again, there's nothing really to stop all of this damage happening in his main base.
No, there really is not. Meanwhile, the cannons over to the outpost, not quite positioned well enough that these links are able to make it out and will be able to surround just about anything that comes out from that warp prism.
Exactly. Now the Lings are on top of everything. They're on top of the Stalkers. They're on top of the Immortal, forcing everything to be picked up so the hatchery stays alive. Meanwhile, the Road Ravager, they're just killing the drones across the map. 14 drones going down. Even the Biles on top of the drones. Oh my god.
And on top of that, that was absolutely massive. A couple of Lings just to chase down the rest that remained. And a bit of a split up here. Try to go for a flank on top of all these gateway units. And I feel like FEqualsMA, he may realize that the writing is on the wall, but, you know, there's still that slight glimmer of hope in his eyes. He knows he has the outposts out, a lot of shield batteries, a lot of cannons.
Yeah.
But he also knows that he has no resources left.
It's a shame that this outpost, like all these cannons and shield batteries, they never really did anything. Like, they never really came into play at all. Like, if they were maybe just a little bit more forward, right? Like, actually completely covering the entrance. Yeah.
But instead, it is what it is.
That it is, as the Ravagers, the Lings are going to be able to take out the Nexus. To be fair, like, if this was a situation where Worldisdoom had limited income, then he would be forced to clean up this outpost, right? To clean up the cannons and the shield batteries. And so defensively, FEqualsMA, he would be at his strongest to fight there, but, you know, that isn't really the case, right? Like, he has a ninja base, like, he has a decent economy.
And he does not want to give that up for nothing. FEqualsMA has not rebuilt their base and is being revealed. Oh, that's like a light.
He is being revealed. Meanwhile, the War Prism does get into the main base of Worldisdoom. It looks like the Immortal and the Stalkers are dealing some decent damage, you know, forcing all the drones off the line. The Red Ravager is actually incredibly out of position, so some damage will definitely be done here.
Yeah, even these reinforcing links can't really do much against in those small numbers.
Yeah, and actually Worldisdoom completely evacuates and he's sending everything to his to his ninja base.
Back to one base it is for every player. Why not?
God damn it.
A couple more links we can produce right now, and that should just about flood through here. But Worldisdoom actually trying to go for the base trade, not trying to force the army.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, if he kills all the buildings and he wins, right? Like, we do see some of the Ravagers caught in the middle, you know, facing those cannons and those shield batteries. Meanwhile, a couple of queens are being taken out. Again, though, I mean, it feels like a losing battle for FEquals, right? Like, he's doing his best, you know, let's give him that, right? Like, he's making this as close as possible, but because there's mining happening, it's like, it feels like it's only a matter of time.
That is how it's feeling, like literally zero resources being mined right now from the side of Protoss. You know, Worldisdoom, heck it, all we need are minerals. I only need Lings.
Yeah, you could definitely argue that Worldisdoom, he's like, he has so much larva and a massive bank, like he could be making Lings right now. His macro is kind of slipping a little bit, you know, making this game last a little bit longer than it otherwise should, but, you know, like, he's got his own, he's actually droning up. He's got 11 drones on the way.
Why not? Yeah,
God,
why not?
God damn it.
Yeah, why not? And get even more ahead, right?
Right. Someone said that at one point, and it's their fault that this is happening.
It really is.
Oh, God.
Entirely on you.
God damn it, Artosis. And
God damn it, Tosis. And yeah, I mean, try to fight off creep is a little bit better than try to fight on creep, but still, it's hard to see FEqualsMA making it out of this.
Yep, he's got a single Stalker and Immortal that he's microing as best he can with his War Prism, and finally we have Lings on the way for Worldisdoom, and there it is.
GG, well played is called. Good luck with the rest of your games. And you know what? You can call FEqualsMA many things, but unsporting he is not. Worldisdoom takes out his opponent and makes it to that round of 8 to face, guess who, Light? Guess who?
Ooh, the Terran player.
Surprise. The Terran player, the Season 1 champion, and the boy.
Yeah, our boy, if you will.
Definitely was.
But yeah, GG, well played. Like Worldisdoom, like he went through the Forge Gauntlet. Like that was quite a series. But
it felt like a probe series.
Yeah, and he didn't drop a single game. Like that was really, really well done.
It definitely was a bit of a test of endurance there. And speaking of tests of endurance, thank you very much, M. Canning, for the raid.
Oh yeah, thank you so much for the raid. We really appreciate it. Welcome everyone from M Canning's stream. If you're a fan of NA StarCraft, and I mean if you're a fan of M Canning, I imagine that comes hand in hand. We are live with NA Contender. !B or !bracket in the chat if you want to, take a closer look at this bracket yourself and the prize distribution. This is a tournament, kind of GSL style tournament that Sugar runs. He used to work for Skyskrapr Gaming for NA players. I say NA, players from the US and Canada.
Yeah, no Cuba.
Yeah, no Mexico, or unfortunately.
No Florida.
I don't know about that one. But
only Canada and US.
Exactly. So NA Contender, I'm sure some people may have heard NA Apprentice before. NA Apprentice is for, I guess, the upper echelons of NA players, for players like M Canning, if you will, or Future, Nina, Neeb, Estrella. NA Contender is for those, just a little bit below. It's limited to players who have 5.2k MMR or less. So it's more of the amateur side of things.
And as of this season, for the first time ever for an NA Contender, they've actually had to split the divisions. So here, what we're doing is the division number 1, which does go up all the way until 5.2k MMR. However, division 2, which we did cover a couple of weeks back, goes up to, what was it, 4 point... I don't remember what the point was. I remember it was 4 point something K.
Mm-hmm. It may have been 4.9. I'm not too sure.
4.9 probably, I think, is standard.
Yeah.
That's what we use.
Mm-hmm. It is. So yeah. If you're interested, hit that follow button. As we will be live with the rest of this tournament series for the next couple of weeks. Currently we'll be doing the round of 12 today. Next week we will do the round of 8 and so on till we finish this season. And yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of a treat. Something that we rarely get here on this channel, Yaku.
Whose fault is that? We had a great TVT potential last Friday, is all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Someone decided they didn't want to cast them.
But yeah, we will be getting into a TVT, something that we rarely get here. So we'll see how it goes. Yaku, are you ready?
Yes.
I'm
ready for the countdown, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean by am I ready?
I was asking to see if you were loaded in.
I'm loaded. I'm paused.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
And speaking of loaded in, we are now here on Eternal Ile, as they do sometimes call it. We are now here in the bottom left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom left-hand corner map. We have the red Terran player coming down from the land of America, and I'm gonna be assuming Alaska, just based on the name that I've got here. We're gonna be representing Clan Risen. It's just Risen, right? It's not like Risen from Gosu or Risen from the Ashes. It's just Risen, yeah. Mm-hmm. Risen, we have Koda.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Eternal Empire LE, we have his teammate, the other Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Risen. It is Skyskrapr. Okay, so...
Wait, I have a quick question. Mm-hmm. Does music cut off in replays? Because I had music earlier on and it stopped.
That sounds like a bug.
Explicit.
Something that this game is full of, unfortunately. So yeah, you might want to check your. Yeah, maybe there's a way for you to restart it if you like disable music and then re-enable music.
That usually works. Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah, eventually, give it a second or two to have it come back. And as I look in the chat right now, we do have a couple of Risen gang coming in here. No doubt they will be happy no matter which one of these players goes up against. Siegfried in the round of 8.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that we do have a team kill, but it does mean that, it does guarantee that someone from the team Risen will be advancing to the next round. I guess shout out to Renegade as well. He's also, of course, part of the Risen community. Yeah, they're pretty big, and not to be confused with Risen from the Gosu, which is like a different branch of them. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit confusing.
I believe that was for a team league, wasn't it? Where they didn't have quite the number of players, so they just teamed up with Born Gosu, or no, not Born Gosu, Team Gosu, was it?
It's either Team Gosu or Gosu Crew. It was one of those two. But yeah, Risen from the Gosu, it is their competitive branch, because it's both teams combined to actually, like, I believe they pay their players, ? I'm not too sure. Yeah.
That's really interesting. It's kind of like the difference between Alpha Pro and Alpha Non-Pro X.
Kind of. There's another one. It's like the difference between black.
Sushi is gonna send me another message, be like, actually, the distinction is based on this, and that, and we don't call them Alpha Pro.
It's the difference between Black Knight Gaming and White Knight Gaming. I think that's
true. It is accurate.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, what's the name of that team? It's kind of like Legacy Esports Streamer versus Legacy Esports Pro Gamer.
Is it?
One of them gets a salary.
They both did, but yep, this is true. Oh god.
Evo Pro gets both.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. He does. But we are getting into a bit of a TVT, and we already have a little bit of a difference when it comes to the kind of unit composition they're going for.
Yeah, Koda playing it out much more safer. I'm not sure what he's to worry about, whereas Skyskrapr, playing it out a bit more standard. I wouldn't really call this too aggressive, but, Hellion Reaper compared to Cyclone Reaper, it's a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. Looking to try and find some kind of damage. But because, as you were saying, Koda went for the safer opening, like with the Cyclones and with the tank as well, like, feels like he's, situated perfectly fine here. It's going to be difficult to crack and manage to get into a mineral line with these Hellions.
Oh, that it definitely will. And I feel like, I feel like maybe they've already, I would say they're welcome, these Hellion Reapers have. They're pretty much just waiting to see if they can delay a third base, or, maybe see if Koda moves out a little bit, maybe these Reapers can jump in, get another scout out, but it may be too late for that already.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming as well, that at some point these Reapers are just going to dive into the main to, you know, get a scout, you know, able to see the production, able to see if there's a third base on the way, or, you know, what is in store for Skyskrapr. But as of yet, still the Reapers are just kind of chilling, you know, just waiting to deny the third base instead. And yeah, we're just kind of macroing up, you know, both players working on their Raven counts, both players, thankfully, both players are going for like more bio style. I was like dreading to see like a bunch of factories being turned down. I was like, oh,
let's go.
I was like, oh no.
Yep. Which, to be honest, in this kind of at this sort of cutoff point, 5.2k MMR, I'm not sure how common that is on NA, but I know on EU it's somewhat common. Like it's 50-50 whether the Terran players prefer to play mech or bio.
Yeah, definitely. It is more of a stylistic thing, and you know, we do have a couple of NA players who do so, but yeah, we'll see if these are some of them. You know, it is a best of 5, right? We'll see if one of them switches things up later on in the series, or if they, you know, continue to play similarly. And yeah, it looks like, you know, both players are still kind of just macroing up. Both players, they do have their thirds on the way. Koda's is done a lot faster, but it's still a ways away from, you know, landing. It's actually all the way on the other side of the main.
Yeah, it's kind of far away over there, but I will say one thing, like, though, because he got it a lot quicker, he was able to just produce from it, even if he wasn't necessarily mining. Now look at that worker count difference, and I have music back. Let's see how long it lasts this time.
Nice. Music is back, and yeah, that's the advantage of getting the faster third TCs. You have that triple SCV production, not just SCVs, but also mules as well. We did see earlier that Koda was able to scan the main base of Skyskrapr, so he was able to see the production, able to see the third in production as well. So yeah, that really gave Koda a good idea of where he was in relation to his opponents. And we do see that it looks like finally he's looking to expand and take his third base, and Skyskrapr, yeah, he's still working on that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to really catch up in a mirror matchup when stuff like that happens. But this is TBT we're talking about. It is a matchup where supply, whether it be workers or army, can just swing so heavily one way or another. We'll see if Skyskrapr is able to make something like that happen.
Yeah, we'll see. As we do see Skyskrapr, he is opting to land his CC. The Hellion Reaper finally gets cleaned up. I mean, I guess he was able to spot the timing of the third CC at least before it all got taken out. And oh my!
Yeah, and actually, yeah, consistent with what we've seen in the early games, Skyskrapr going to be the more aggressive player of our two Risen boys.
Yeah, he's looking to push out, but it's important to note that Koda actually spotted the move out with his Cyclone, which somehow stayed alive as well. So he does know that the tanks and the Marines are pushing out, so he should be able to reposition his own tanks. We do see they are spreading out quite nicely. I don't know if there's enough buffer here to protect them. We'll see.
Yeah, there should be. There definitely should be. The Ravens can be a little bit scary, though, but the Vikings are now here. Nice disable on top of that Cyclone, but didn't keep the Viking alive.
Oh, and I love this. He's actually rotating. Yeah, he's trying to find an he's trying to find an avenue of attack, and he does disable a couple of the tanks really nicely, and he's trying to push into this.
Tanks. Exactly, those are the important tanks that you need to take out, but now the Marine count is down, and this is looking like the time for Koda to maybe start bombarding this tank line, but for now, he's going to be content with slow sieging with the air advantage.
Yeah, he's in such a scary position. Like, I kind of want him to just unsiege and leave, but if he unsieges, I feel like he loses everything anyway, so I feel like this position is completely lost. Skyskrapr, he is trying to reinforce his army. Like, we do see his army pushing out across the map, trying to reinforce, but there it is, the drop on top of the tanks.
Yeah, these tanks get taken out. The Marines are rotating back around to try to protect these siege tanks. Koda never neglecting that production. A full medevac of Marines gets taken right out, and this tank is so exposed. It's not hard to imagine Koda now just counterattacking across the map and taking this game.
Exactly. With that, so many tanks just went down for Skyskrapr, so many Marines as well. We just see finally that tank being cleaned up outside the natural, and yeah, he's not stopping. He's taking this momentum and he's pushing out across the map.
And this is what you want to do in a Marine tank versus a Marine tank, isn't it, Light? We're gonna be finding where the pendulum swings and going with it.
Yeah, exactly. And what's worrying is that Skyskrapr, like, he does have 3 tanks defensively, but none of them are sieged up. Like, he's not in any kind of position to engage with this army.
I kind of like that, though. Not having the tank sieged up does mean that he's a little more flexible, but he does have to know when to pull the trigger, and so he quickly sieges up his tanks once he sees where Koda's main army is at. And Koda, he's actually losing a decent amount trying to fight up on this ramp. He doesn't quite have the amount of Marines that he needs because he went into Viking production, and with that, the Marines have been taken out. The tanks are still in a pretty decent position. Skyskrapr not quite able to snipe them out, but once the disables wear off, tank support is going to be sufficient enough that Skyskrapr, what were we saying earlier at the start of this game, like, TVT, the supply can just swing so heavily one way or another.
Yeah, exactly. And as we saw, like, a little bit too much resources were invested in those Vikings. They really didn't have much to do. To be fair, I do think there was an opportunity for them to, once they clear up everything in the sky, to just land on the tanks of Skyskrapr. But again, there was a lot of chaos ensuing there.
There definitely was, and yeah, there was definitely a lot of chaos ensuing, and especially on top of that, I feel like most Terran players, their instincts say, unless you get smart servos, which is probably really, really late in the game, you don't want to land your Vikings too soon, otherwise it's not going to be too difficult for Marines to just take advantage of that transition period, try to snipe them out. Maybe the tanks are going to be able to get a shot out or two.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a hard decision to make, or to calculate.
Yeah, and we did see, of course, like, defensively, like, even with a lower tank count, like Skyskrapr, he was able to utilize that defender's advantage. He is still a little bit behind in terms of supply, but at the end of the day, like, it does kind of come down to who sieges up first, right? And Skyskrapr, he has to be a little bit careful. He doesn't want to, like, be too ambitious with this Marine army.
Yeah, he's only got 2 medevacs out right now, which isn't quite a lot. Nice drop here, though, into the natural of Skyskrapr. 2 tanks, then a handful of Marines. Not quite a doom drop, but gonna be enough that, Skyskrapr really has to respect it. Even sieging up by the choke points, this is gonna be even more annoying for Skyskrapr to deal with.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the center of the map, we do have both armies engaging with each other. So many tanks sieging up for Skyskrapr. It looks like those 2 medevacs will be taken out, though, and the majority of the Marines as well.
Tanks just staring at one another, waiting for an unsiege, but as both of them lost about a similar amount of supply, Koda, who was already up in supply, will be able to take this momentum and push on forward.
Exactly, he's trying to hunt down these tanks. It looks like they will meet up with... Oh no, oh god, and the medevac gets taken out. I was about to say that, he was able to save his tanks, but not quite with those Vikings. Exactly.
Yo, Koda, he is a bear. When he smells, or when he's on the hunt, he is on the hunt for tanks.
Just like a bear. And we do see he has so many Marines here. He is fighting without his tanks. His tanks are, like, straying behind a little bit, so they will eventually join the army. He doesn't want to overextend, though, because, again, like, there is a pretty nice defensive position here for Skyskrapr. Like, he has the high ground. He already has the pre-siege tanks as well.
Yeah, this is what's tricky about Eternal Empire, isn't it? Like, you really got to make sure that you have the vision and you're able to deny your opponent the vision if you want to move up a ramp like that. Oh, but Koda actually baiting quite a number of Marines out here, forcing the stims. This medevac is so dangerously low on energy.
Yeah, it's so important because it's literally the only medevac. It's like...
It's out right now, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a lot of work to do right now, and that's the advantage of having all those Vikings, right? Like, he just hasn't let Skyskrapr get a decent medevac count out, because every single time they fight, the medevac count gets reset. And here we go, Koda. He's maxed out. He's on 4 bases. He's taking a 5th base behind this as well. He's looking to try and, find some kind of avenue of attack, maybe even go for a doom drop.
Yeah, or even just a regular drop. As, any economic damage, any way that can force Skyskrapr off of this defensive high ground position into the siege line of Koda is going to be pretty useful. Boost forward he does. And just trying to bait a couple of shots. Does try to get us around. But you know what? Even without the surround, it may just be too much right now. He's starting to lose a little bit of his marine buffer, and the tanks in the high ground will wipe out the tanks of Koda in the low ground. Koda, he's still ahead in terms of supply. He is still taking out a pretty decent number of SCVs with this drop in natural.
Exactly.
With that, loss.
Yeah, with that drop in the natural, like that's really where the damage was done. 21 SCVs went down, and even though Koda lost his entire army, and even though the main engagement wasn't efficient at all, like Koda, because of his economy, he can afford to remake it, and Skyskrapr just can't, right? Especially after losing all those SCVs.
Exactly. This is going to prompt Skyskrapr to do some damage on the other side of the map, and I gotta tell you, Light, it looks like Koda is already well prepared for this. Maybe not quite any missile turrets up in the main base or what have you, but yeah, at least when it comes to the tank count, when it comes to the marine production, even the rallies, you know, the spread of Raxes, he can just send them anywhere.
Exactly. Like he does have, you know, a planetary as his fourth base. His fifth is a little bit exposed, and it looks like that's where the drop is headed. So potentially Skyskrapr can finally deal some counter damage here as he does drop. It looks like he will be able to kill a couple of SCVs and maybe even take out this CC.
It really looks that way. Skyskrapr targets it, and he does take it out.
Wow.
This drop will be cleared out, but I guess that was the start of something for Skyskrapr.
Oh yeah, definitely, because what that does is that equalizes the bases. Now both players are on 4 CCs, and even though Koda has had the advantage for quite some time, like that is the beginning of the comeback for Skyskrapr.
Definitely is, and you can kind of see with Mules right now, Skyskrapr is able to take advantage of that, and he may be lower in terms of gas count and the gas income rather. But in a marine tank versus marine tank fight, you don't want to have too many SCVs in your gas geysers. I'll be prioritizing that marine production.
Yeah, definitely. Like Koda, he's pushing out, and once again he is maxed, but he just hasn't been taking the most efficient engagements. To be fair, he is pushing to the north, and there are no tanks seized here. Skyskrapr has to move his entire army over. Yeah,
I was gonna say I feel like Koda maybe has one inefficient trade left in him. That's like his last get out of jail free card, essentially, or his last life. But yeah, that was another pretty inefficient trade for Koda, but honestly, it is really fine by now. He has the siege line out. He is forcing Skyskrapr to either race resources or lose his planetary.
Oh, and it looks like he's gonna
try to engage into.
Yeah, he just tried to save it, and he lost half of his marines in the process, and that means the planetary, it should be going down as well. It's so difficult to engage into all these pre-siege tanks without liberators, and there it is. The planetary goes down.
There we have it, and yeah, I mean, we were talking a little while about how Skyskrapr, you know, he made his comeback, he equalized the bases. Koda was having none of that. He says, no, you think you're a skyscraper, but you're actually a skyscraper, and you know what that means? I'm higher than you in terms of the supply. That was a bit of a stretch.
I feel like there's a pun in there somewhere. There's a better pun in there somewhere. I mean, it's a best of 5. You'll get there. Well,
let's see. Yeah. Unless there are only like two 5-minute games left.
We'll see, as it looks like Koda is trying to find a way, and it looks like he's gonna try and get into the natural.
He does siege up a little bit quicker. Interesting to note is that Koda actually didn't really remake the Viking count, but it doesn't quite matter anymore. He has the medevacs, he has the marines, and he is right in the middle of Skyskrapr's production, cutting his army in half. Meanwhile, down to the south, Skyskrapr going for another drop, but he knows the writing is on the wall. GG is called, and Koda takes game number 1. Just like Brother Bear.
Did you press the GG button for the last series?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right. I'll take your word for it.
A little bit. I think I might be a little bit ahead of you again.
No, it's all good.
Replays.
That game was actually pretty nicely timed out. But GG, well played. We do have Koda taking game number 1, and what a game, right? Like, even though I think we could both say that Koda was in control, or at least ahead for the majority of that game, even in the beginning, right? Like he was getting his third faster and stuff. Like Skyskrapr, defensively at least, he was playing it well.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about being in control, right, it's about being able to get your economy up and not be pressured too much, whereas your opponent has to bend to what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my post-math brain is just... I need time to process.
Oh god, and yeah, we'll see how this series will continue. Again, it is a TVT, which means depending on the maps, like there is definitely opportunities for things like proxies, for someone to play mech, or for them to continue to play out this style.
I fully expect the 3 racks on Pillars of Gold.
I would imagine so. I would
3
imagine
racks
so.
Reaper, let's go. Both of them, let's go.
Oh, God.
Man, that was a pretty explosive and pretty fiery game number 1. I think that, especially from the side of Skyskrapr, that really shows you that, you know, positioning, especially defensive positioning, is not just about tanks. It's also about, you know, taking high ground engagements, you know, spreading Marines out and whatnot.
Mhm.
And Skyskrapr, he did that really well, but at the end of the day, macro more than micro. And Koda, he had the macro.
He did. As we are loaded in to game number 2, mates.
I am loaded in at least. Are you loaded?
Yes,
I'm
we are.
loaded. Okay.
God damn it, Yaku. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
And speaking of whatever our segue was, we are now on to Pillars of Gold. LE holding up the Golden Wall. LE protecting the Eternal Empire. LE of which the LE submarines are hidden. In the bottom left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the bottom left-hand corner map, we have the red Terran player coming down all the way from the land of America, and I would have to guess Alaska. He is probably a big fan of the Disney animated film Brother Bear. He is Koda, representing Risen.
What's the reference to Alaska?
That's, I think, where the movie takes place. Actually, I think the movie takes place in Canada. Because
Wait,
they were
why-
like Inuits.
Why is he a bear?
Because that was the name of one of the characters.
God damn it. All right. Fair. Okay.
Brother Bear, I find, was not remembered very well by a lot of people.
It's not. It's really. It's not one of those animated pictures from back in the day that people think of fondly. Like I don't think it was a bad movie. It's just not memorable for whatever reason. Yeah. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Pillars of Gold LE, we have the American Terran player representing Team Risen. It is Skyskrapr.
It may have been one of those movies that was sandwiched between 2 other really good movies. Because if I'm not wrong, Tarzan came out just before that. And just after that, it was, I want to say...
Brother Bear was one of the newer ones. Brother Bear came out in the early 2000s. Yeah.
Yeah, and just before that was Tarzan.
Tarzan was still 90s. That was still...
But Tarzan was like late 90s though, right? Or am I thinking of Aladdin? One of them was late 90s.
All I know is...
Yeah. All I know is... Reactor Reapers coming up from Koda. Not quite 3Rex Reaper, but, you know, I'll take it.
Yeah, this is interesting, especially because in the previous game, he did go for, like, the Cyclone opener, right? He didn't really invest too much into Reapers or Hellions, but this time he's switching things up. I like it.
You think maybe he's showing his teammate how it's done?
Whoa. Maybe.
Look, this is how you play Reaper Hellion.
It's possible. I mean, Koda, he's up 1 game, right? Like, you do have a little bit of confidence after that. Maybe he's feeling a little bit feisty, as we do see all the 2 Reapers of Skyskrapr do get across the map, and they do snipe 1 SCV.
Man, they get a really nice scout out. Does see the reactor racks coming out right now from Koda, and it looks like it's actually going to be a drop of some kind. Well, okay, he's moving out with the Hellions and the Reapers.
Yeah.
Still, he's actually rallying out the other Hellion. Okay, no, actually, what he's gonna do is he's gonna pick up the. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, he's gonna.
Yeah,
pick it up.
and
Yeah, okay, I get it.
yeah, and the problem is the Skyskrapr, like, he had a really rough beginning because he was able to kill an SCV, but he already lost 2 of his Reapers immediately, like, you know, hindering his army, especially in comparison to what Koda has. Like, Koda, even with his Reapers, he could just dive on in and just take out what's here.
And what's here, he is looking to take out not a lot of defenses out right now, but the Cyclone is on the way. We'll be able to get that delay on the natural base.
No, you say delay, it's at half health.
Out. It is at half health. Might be actually be able to deny it.
Oh,
There's
God.
Even without the, whatchamacallit, grenades that they had in Wings of Liberty, Reapers still do a decent amount of damage. Very nice juggle there on the Hellion.
Wow.
Completely canceling the lock-on.
That was insane. Oh my God. And with this, he should be able to... Yeah, he forces a cancel.
Forces a cancel up there. Beautifully done right there from Koda. I feel like if you want to, he could just sort of lean back and coax the momentum.
He definitely could, right? Like, it was interesting because the medevac, the purpose of the, maybe it wasn't the purpose, but, you know, the usefulness of the medevac was just to deny that lock-on. That's all it was used for, and it was totally worth it. It was great. It was beautiful.
That it definitely was. Maybe if the lock-on was on top of the medevac, we'd have a different story, but
yeah,
it is not the case.
Definitely, it's a bit of a shame how things transpired there. But with that, Koda, he goes back home, and of course he does, right? Like, you know, you get more ahead, if you will. He is up on bases. He's not up on workers, but it's only a matter of time, right? He has two CCs already done.
Exactly. The production is absolutely what you want. The landed Viking will get a little bit of damage out, but there is no escape plan for Skyskrapr whatsoever. That is not what you want if you're an architect.
Exactly. Oh God, you have to make sure the foundation is solid, right? Otherwise, there's. Oh,
but you know what? I do like what Skyskrapr is doing here.
Yeah.
He is trying to compensate for a little bit of slow start by just being a lot more greedy, which I like a lot. I think, well, we'll see how or when Koda decides to push out. He's pushing out right now.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then.
It kind of depends because we do have 2 tanks out. Unfortunately, one of the tanks is in his main base and it isn't going to help in his natural at all. He just has to focus on his defense, and if he's able to survive this attack, then he will be able to, you know, get away with this greed. The greed, of course, being that the 3rd CC is on the way for Skyskrapr.
Yeah, whatever he does, he has to keep that hidden and keep himself alive. He has a pretty paltry force, all things considered. But if he was able to make use of the high ground before, I can absolutely see him doing that again. Doesn't want to get that Raven snipe, though.
Oh my God, yeah, the Raven, it's such a juicy target for these 4 Vikings. Decent lock-on, able to deal some damage to the Vikings before, you know, the engagement begins here, and Skyskrapr, he just needs as much time as he can to pump out more units. A 3rd tank comes out, but it looks like Koda's trying to find a way into the main base.
Oh, and he's trying to drop in. There is a tank far into the back. But I can imagine Koda still getting some decent infrastructure damage, particularly on the starport.
Yeah, definitely, but opts not to go for it instead. Oh, one of the tanks gets picked off to the left. Oh, never mind, it actually survived.
That it does, but actually moving down the ramp, this is actually really tricky right now for Koda, as there are 2 tanks backing one another up. This time he does land the Vikings in a very calculated move. And by calculated, I mean he realized he was really far ahead.
Exactly, and with that calculated move, he just swallows up the entire army of Skyskrapr, killed the Raven, killed all the Marines. To be fair, it's going to be difficult to push into this position, right? Because there are still a decent amount of tanks for Skyskrapr, but again, that was a really nice engagement there for Koda.
Very much so was, but here comes the Doom Drop, potentially. Here comes the Doom Drop, actually.
Yeah, he has to be careful because there is a patrolling Viking, but it looks like he will. Oh God, no! What?
Did he take his own
He did.
That did. I saw something blow up. All right, well, I guess he wanted to make it a little better for his opponent. Thankfully, Vikings can land, and that provides a little bit of a buffer here for these tanks.
A little bit, but it looks like the majority.
Wait, hold up! He just targeted his own Vikings here.
No, he didn't. He didn't. The Vikings got taken out by the tank in the back. That's why it's got 6 kills. But yeah, The Vikings did get taken out to the defensive tank of Skyskrapr, and Koda's gonna be cleaned up. He's only got 2 tanks with this army. Quote unquote army. He's just got 2 tanks.
He does have to look. Sometimes an army is not about the amount of army you've got.
It's about
how much you spend on it.
Exactly. Oh god. So that went as well as it could have for Skyskrapr, right? Like Koda killed his own full medevac of units and lost all his Vikings. So,
but even then, Koda was able to do a lot of damage there. You know, maybe not so much infrastructure damage, only taking out a single add-on, but a lot of SCVs went down, and it feels like the Marine count got reset once again. Although to be fair, Skyskrapr not really neglecting that, really making use of the reacted racks.
Yeah, again, like Skyskrapr, we've been here before where he just has to focus on his defense, right? He has to slowly expand, slowly, you know, leapfrog, if you will, to a 3rd base. But Koda, he's not giving him any time whatsoever. He's pushing out again.
Yeah, he is. He realizes that Skyskrapr wanted to be greedy earlier on, and now all he's doing is making sure that Skyskrapr cannot get that 3rd base as he gets his own.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's not about when you get the 3rd base; it's about how well you defend it.
It's about how you use it, if you will. And the scouting Marines of Skyskrapr, they do split the main army, so he's aware that all these tanks are situated outside of the natural. He does have 2 Ravens, so there's a lot of potential for Skyskrapr as long as he keeps the Ravens alive, as long as they don't get sniped by the Vikings.
But that's definitely a big if, isn't it?
Oh,
like,
God.
There's just so much potential right now for Skyskrapr to just kite these Marines into tank range. Because there's just no anti-air other than that for available right now for Skyskrapr. He's even actually sending his orbital command way far into the north just to try to keep it safe.
Yeah, he had it shift commanded off into the north and down into the south. Really ambitious that he's trying to land it at the moment, but maybe it distracts the Vikings enough for, it looks like the Ravens are finding an opportunity.
Yeah, they are, but there's still a lot of tanks out here right now. Again, 2 Ravens, they can do a lot, but not that much.
Yeah, with that, he was able to kill 2 tanks, so decently done by Skyskrapr. He's able to take control of the right-hand side.
Tanks, but loses another medevac.
And yeah, Skyskrapr
getting cleared out in the sky.
Exactly, like the medevacs got taken out. Once again, there's only 2 tanks on the ground. They're so exposed for Koda. He's forced back. He actually abandons those tanks, so they will eventually get taken out. And Skyskrapr will be able to finally expand and take his 3rd base.
Still taking this seriously, but I fear that maybe wasted energy there from that Raven, depending on when Koda decides to push in again. And guess what time that is? Like, right now.
Yeah, he only has 2 tanks with this army, but we'll see if there's enough. He has he has an insane medevac count.
Yeah, I feel like we've gotten to the point where, for Koda at least, he's starting to really overwhelm his opponent with the Marines, right? He's in a much better economic position. He knows that Skyskrapr really cannot produce that much, so tanks aren't quite as important as, say, Marine spreading or positioning. Try to go for a Doom drop, actually.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out. Oh god, it looks like...
I really like this idea. The Marines are so far away, but because he was forced to boost earlier on, he cannot boost on top into the main base, keeping the Vikings in the back to try to buy himself some time, and here comes that boost forward. And this should just about be nailed in the coffin. There's a lot of choke points right now that Skyskrapr could maybe try to utilize, but not when there are tanks out.
Exactly. This is an insane Doom drop right now. He's able to siege up both of his tanks, gets on top of all of the infrastructure of Skyskrapr, and as you were saying, like, there's only one way in. You have to go up the ramp, and he's even choking himself with all these tanks as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Doom drop will eventually get cleared out, but 12 SCVs already taken out. And I don't know, I feel like Skyskrapr, can he come back from losing that many SCVs? Just taking a look at the units lost tab, 29 have gone down this game. Meanwhile, his opponent completely untouched. And they are teammates, you know, Skyskrapr. He knows that Koda is not someone who tends to skimp on the macro.
Exactly. Like, I will say one of the things going for Skyskrapr is that time and time again we've seen Koda be inefficient with his fights. Like, he could definitely be trading a lot better. Yeah, so it's possible that maybe Skyskrapr can hold on in another engagement. It's kind of on Koda right now. It kind of depends on like how eager he is and like, you know, if he just dives on in.
He's kind of diving on in. He has another really, not quite a doom drop, but a very nice position with the tanks and with the Marines, actually forcing the mules off the mineral line, and that is the worst case scenario, or not worst case scenario, but a real sign of desperation when you're a Terran player who's been this behind.
Yeah, in the end, the drop does get cleaned up. Even the medevac got sniped by the Marines. And Koda, he thinks better of pushing in. He did end up losing one of those tanks, and oh, he could get flanked.
But not quite yet. And again, like, here comes another doom drop.
Yeah, we do see that there's just not enough army for Skyskrapr to defend at multiple places at once. Like, he has one main big army, which is decent, but he just doesn't have enough. He's spread a little bit too thin, and here we go. The drop does land in the main base of Skyskrapr. Another tank sieging up.
You know, all the Marines are so low, and they are forced up that choke. And there we have it. GG's called once again. Koda now on match point. Are we going to get another 3-0?
It's possible. Again, these two are teammates, but both game 1 and game 2, Koda, I think it kind of just comes down to his macro. I say macro, to be fair, the beginning of this game was insane, where he actually got a cancel on the natural. And from then he kind of never really took any economic damage himself, right? You pointed out he only lost 3 SCVs that game.
Yeah, I feel like that's been the theme so far of the series, really. He has just been completely in control. That is, especially in mirror matchups, I feel, that is a sign of a good player.
Yeah, it doesn't...
It's a great player from a,
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you trade awfully inefficiently. It's as long as you can remake the army, it's fine.
Very much so is. I feel that's almost how Innovation's philosophy back in when he first switched to StarCraft 2.
Almost.
I'm gonna make everything. Well, it's almost his philosophy because, you know, the second part of that is, you know, Blue Flame Hellbats will destroy everything, right? But yeah.
And of course, he didn't trade awfully inefficiently, but he just had insane macro.
Well, I feel like to be fair, he did care about his position quite a bit, but there were points earlier on in his career where he just made so much, he knew how far ahead he was in terms of supply that he just didn't bother microing.
Yeah, as we are getting set up for game number 3, and it looks like it will be on Everdream.
Nice little bit of map. Definitely the map I think I'm going to miss the most once the season ends. And I have 2 things here, Light. 1, I have a theory. My theory was correct. So one thing that Blizzard does, which, you know, they know what they're doing, I'm sure. one thing that they do when replays like this, when you get into old replays like this, is completely reset all of your settings. And so I had continuous music off, which is default.
Oh, interesting. Huh. I guess that's what the issue was.
It was.
Huh. Okay. Well, now that is sorted out, I will of course make sure that's not just the players, but are you ready?
I am.
Beautiful. All right, 3, 2, 1.
And we are now on to Everdream. LE, ideally Edle, GL, GLHF, and GLHF are going to be called by our players here. And one of those players is going to be spawning in the top right-hand corner map, all the way in the top right-hand corner map. The red Terran player coming down from the land of America, or potentially Canada, just based on the name. Going to be representing Team Risen. He is currently on match point. The bear himself looking to chew his way or claw his way through this playoff bracket. He only needs 1 more win, and he is going to be up against the Protoss player Siegfried. We have Koda
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Everdream LE, we have the American Terran player, the other Terran player, the teammate of Koda. We have also representing Team Risen. He is down 0-2 in the specifier. He has to bring it back here and now for that reverse sweep. Is it possible? We have Skyskrapr.
So I have confirmation, Light.
Mm-hmm.
Before Brother Bear came out, there was The Emperor's New Groove.
That's it.
And after Brother Bear, there was The Princess and the Frog.
Oh, God.
I feel like, Princess and the Frog was pretty huge for, obvious reasons. It's a Disney Princess franchise, and those are always pretty huge. And Emperor's New Groove, maybe not quite as big, but, definitely people in our age remember it very fondly.
I feel like something important to note, I could be wrong, isn't Brother Bear like a DreamWorks movie? It's not Disney.
Sure it's Disney, yeah. Production company's the Walt Disney Company.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Blowing my mind right now.
And it was in Alaska, alright.
Blowing my mind right now. I thought it, okay.
Wait, Queen Phoenix was the lead?
What?
Joker was the lead?
He was the bear?
He was the bear.
He was
Before
Koda?
He was the Joker, he was the bear. He was Kenai, apparently.
What do you know?
Maybe look at Wikipedia right now.
Interesting. Okay, so we are getting into this TBT, and yeah,
my mind is blown as yours, Light.
We're learning things here today. Oh God. I don't know what to say other than Skyskrapr. He's going for what he's going for every single game. He's going for those Reapers. He's going for the Hellion as well. Oh, this double Reaper though. He looks like he will find some damage here.
Yeah, that it will. Skyskrapr, really going for the nice, standard, versatile scouting options here with the double Reaper Hellion, whereas Koda, he's really been switching things up throughout the series. He's been first started with a very defensive double Cyclone, then went to the reacted Reaper game, now going for reacted Hellions. I'm waiting for the starport to come out, but he's actually getting a second factory?
Oh, interesting. As it does look like, we do have a bit of a scrap here as, the Hellions and the Reapers, they are dealing with each other. In the end, Skyskrapr will clean everything up.
Barely, ooh.
Yeah, oh God. We do have an engineering bay on the way. I'm really interested in this. Are we gonna see, it looks like so far Ferrari mech. Oh my God. He's getting the Cyclone upgrade. And
he is. He's getting Mag Field Generator, or Maglev, as I like to call it. And, it's kind of odd that he's getting that this quick if he's going to be playing mech. I think usually, you do see at least a couple of SCVs go out. You don't really make that distinction, am I going to go Mech or Bio until you get the third base. So I have a feeling that this isn't a macro game that we're going to see, Light.
It is Everdream. We do see quite a number of 2-base all-ins on this map. We do, of course, see that the Rax has been lifted from Koda, so he is not interested in Rax production at all. And these 4 Hellions, they actually get in, and it looks like they're going to deal some decent damage here. Oh my God, all the
SCVs are lined up! Light, they're trying to fight, trying to retreat, but in what they're doing is dying.
Oh,
and
God.
The cycle will be just enough to chase away these Hellions, but not after damage has been done.
Exactly. Every single SCV here in the natural is going to be taken out as 9 SCVs do go down. Of course, the 4 Hellions do get cleaned up, but wow.
This early on, that can be game ending.
Oh yeah, it definitely can be, and we'll see how this progresses because we do have more Hellions on the way. We have the Cyclones on the way. Surprisingly, we have a 3rd CC on the way. I was expecting I was expecting like another factory and like a more 2-base commitment, but no, not at all.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is a build that I'm not quite familiar with. I don't really see too many 3CCs without starport, except I'm also actually completely skipping the starport, and guess what? It's not a TVZ, it's a TVT.
Yeah, and I mean, there is an armory on the way, so maybe Hellbats are going to come into play. Of course, the upgrade is complete for the Cyclones. but against tanks, like, sure, they can snipe one tank, maybe if they lock on, but I don't know if they're going to be able to break Skyskrapr here.
Cyclones can kill tanks, especially with Magfield.
Yeah.
Something like, say, a Viking for some high ground vision, or maybe even the Medevac to just drop the Cyclone on the high ground tank. It's going to be a little harder for Koda to break this, which is why he does decide to retreat and go into the longer game. Meanwhile, 2 more factories before a starport gets thrown down. Koda is playing this pretty interesting.
I like how you keep emphasizing the before starport. Like, it's possible that we may never see a starport this game. Like, I don't know.
In a TVT?
Look, this is what we're getting.
In a matchup where people generally emphasize their superiority.
And you just need to scan, mate.
As a rebel, you just need to scan. That's all you need.
Yeah. That's why he got the 3rd CC. You think it's for SCV production? Nah, mate. It's for the scans.
He's about to double expand, but instead of planetaries, they're going to be orbital commands.
Exactly.
He's not even going to land them. He's just going to use them for scans.
Oh, God. Wow, these 2 Marines from Skyskrapr are actually going to be able to kill this tank here. Unless, okay, the Hellions, they are going to come in and just save the tank's life. Repair. Sweet. So good.
The repair, though. Yeah, that's why you keep it alive.
That would have been... That wouldn't have been too good for Koda, especially because it is currently the only tank. Would you have a second one joining his, 3rd base location? Meanwhile, Skyskrapr this time is being the one to be aggressive, is pushing out across the map. Oh, the Ravens! No!
Yeah, and this is one of the advantages of playing this kind of mech style, isn't it? Like, is that you do get to be so active on the map. You do get to just proactively pick off a unit or 2 from your opponent. And you're even going to be able to surround the tanks here. Get some lock-ons. Come on, vision. All right, able to get one of them.
Yeah, he was able to get one. Again, the Viking is so low as well. Like, there's so much potential here for these Cyclones to just pick away and just weaken this army before it gets across the map. And now that it's across the map, it's just going to run into tanks.
That it will. And now all the Marines have been taken out between the Hellions and the tanks as well. And this is a complete wipeout for Skyskrapr's push. That was... I like that he was trying to be the initiator of this game, but Koda really just asserting himself, saying, there's a reason why I've been the one doing these pushes in the series.
Yeah, he's just asserting himself and he's saying, look, it's a TVT. You don't need a starport. Like, what are you doing? Why do you even have things in the sky? It's all about Cyclones, tanks, and Hellions, as we do see he's getting a 4th base before a starport.
You want anything in the sky, it's got to be that barracks, nothing else.
Exactly. Mate, the only thing in the sky right now, the only thing flying should be buildings, okay? What are you even doing?
You don't want those units to fly up. No, sir. This is a completely starportless Terran TBT. This is very... I would like to actually watch more games like this, kind of.
I was a little bit worried for your life. I was worried you're gonna be like, I want to try this. It's like, no, don't try this at home, folks. Oh my god, we have all the tanks are sieging up. The Hellbats are doing an amazing job to tank all of the fire, and it looks like the entire army of Skyskrapr is gonna get cleaned up, forcing the liftoff on the 3rd base.
Slowly but surely. Well, not even slowly but surely, he's going to be able to leapfrog his tanks forward and continue to, just choke Skyskrapr out. He's getting a little bit of force out here, trying to evacuate the SCVs to the other 3rd location, but the tanks are already unsieged and going for it.
Exactly. We do see Koda. He's already rotating down to the southern half of the map where Skyskrapr is trying to expand. And as long as, like, if Hellions reinforce this army, like, I don't know if there's too much stopping Koda from just pushing on in.
Yeah, not a whole lot. And honestly, Skyskrapr at the moment does not have the bio count just to force this. And here we go. Koda is forcing himself. And what is he going to do from here? I guess GG. There we have it.
The army gets taken out. GG gets called.
And Koda is going to be able to paw his way through this playoffs. Going to go up to the round of 8, where he will face the Protoss player Siegfried, not to be confused with the Terran player Siegfried.
Yep, it's a little bit confusing, but if you're a part of this scene, then you should be aware that there are two Siegfrieds. And I believe, if I recall, there was like a show match at some point. I think it was last year. There was a show match where they played each other, and the loser had to change their name slightly or something like that. It was.
Oh well, that's why Siegfried doesn't have the eye.
Yeah. It was something along those lines. But congratulations, Koda, just dominantly proving to everyone that, mate, you don't need a starport.
No, you do not. You know what? And you know what the reason for that was, like? He turned into a bear. He didn't turn into like an eagle.
Is that legal? As an American, like, can you do that?
Turn into a bear?
Yeah, instead of an eagle, I don't know. That's
probably, yeah.
You got to be careful with that. But yeah, again, congratulations to Koda, just asserting himself, and he looked really amazing in that TBT. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, like, he may not have had the best engagements, but like the decision making, the macro, getting himself ahead and just keeping that momentum going, like, that's something that he really was able to showcase here today. It was really cool to see.
Definitely was. And to be quite honest here, like, Skyskrapr also gave us a lot to, what's the word I'm thinking of? Cheer for there. You know, I do believe that, in my opinion at least, he was a little bit better in terms of the positioning, both on the tanks and on the bio, but in the end, that doesn't matter nearly as much as, say, map control or macro.
Yeah, definitely.
You can take all of the efficient engagements that you want. That's not going to matter if you run out of anything. If you run out of stuff.
Yeah.
All right. And with that, we are now moving in onto our next match, following some Terran action, but this time it is going to be, I think, both of our favorite matchups here, like TBZ.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing. I was about to say our first Zerg, but I completely forgot that. Look, when you I don't know what to say about the first series that we had with all those cannon rushes.
I know what to say about that. That was the most NA series we've had so far.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh god, it was amazing. It was beautiful. But now we are going to be getting into a ZVT, mate. Are you ready?
And I am ready for the countdown.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
And here we are now, spotting in 2 Pillars of Gold, LE, holding up the Golden Wall, LE, protecting the Eternal Empire, LE, of which the LE submarines are hidden. And inside the LE submarines is Brother Bear. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we have the red Terran player coming out from the land of America. He is... Oh, that's why I had trousers in my mind. Subliminally. He is going to be representing Team Remember the Game. No, wait. It's not Remember the Game, right? It's Remember the...
We mentioned them earlier. This is Risen from the Gosu.
What?
Yep.
What does that have the same acronym as Remember the Game? What is this? Gonna be representing Risen for the Gosu. You better hide your shirts because we have DirePants.
Shouldn't you hide your trousers?
Yes, but...
Like, does he want shirts or does he want pants?
Well, it's more like the whole direwolf thing, right?
Right. Oh, so they're like big pants.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they're like big and they have like northern accents and he's like in the north.
Yes.
It's on the wall.
Exactly. She's my queen.
As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Pillars of Gold LE, we have the American Zerg player currently representing Team Legion. It is Benjadeath. Oh, like Uncle Benjamin.
He is. He's actually secretly, what's his name? Dario, but also Yoiran.
Dario?
But also, yeah. Not TLO.
Shopify?
Rip TLO. But he's going to Shopify.
Yeah,
so
like,
that's pretty good.
You say rip. I mean, it's, you know, it's unfortunate that he's stepping away from competing, but you know, he's got some good prospects ahead of him.
That's actually a really big, that's actually a really big opportunity. Like, I'm not sure what Team Liquid's paying him as like a player manager, but honestly, it can't be as much as a massive company like Shopify.
Yeah, and like honestly, I'm excited because his position. I guess for some context, TLO, he did leave Team Liquid. I believe it was announced yesterday, and he joined Shopify as like esports coordinator or something along those lines. So yeah, so with that, like I'm excited to see like what Shopify does, like as they delve more and more or become more involved in esports.
Well, it's going to be massive for StarCraft 2 in general, isn't it? I mean, I think all of us should probably know by now, the CEO of Shopify, Tobias Funke, I believe is his name, massive StarCraft 2 fan.
Yeah.
I remember catching his stream one time and he was saying like, oh yeah, no, don't go to uni, just play StarCraft. Exactly,
like he loves StarCraft, and you know, having someone like TLO working for you, also working on esports, honestly, that
the guy who, especially, I was just going to say that TLO, I cannot think of a better like former player / management guy to have as your esports coordinator, right?
Yeah. So I imagine we're going to see Shopify involved in more and more StarCraft events, maybe running their own events, maybe you know, getting their own team potentially. I don't know about that.
Let's go.
Yeah.
No, TSL6. That's what I meant.
Yeah, it's exciting to say the least.
Very much so is. You know what else is exciting? Like, well, this game has actually been a little bit slow so far, but
Fusion Core?
Yeah, at least we have a starport out.
This isn't a TVT. I mean, we all know that in a TVT you don't need a starport, but against Zerg players, it's a bit of a different story. And we do see that we do have that starport. Just quickly checking the vision of our Zerg player, we do see that he did go in with an Overlord. He did scout the Fusion Core. He's aware of the 1-1-1 opening, so Benjadeath, he should be able to get ready for it. I'm hoping that he clicked on the Fusion Core because he saw it building, but I don't know if he saw it, you know?
What else would it be at this point, right? I mean, maybe he might think it's an armory for an armory for Hellbats, but still, you do get queens. If that was the case, you'll be fine. And yeah, it looks like he did click on the Fusion Core, so he's getting, or maybe not, because he's just getting spores out. It's not really too much of an indication, but he's decently prepared. He's getting more queens out, so whether it's Hellbats, which it's not going to be because he doesn't have an armory, or Fusion Core.
Yeah, he does have. Yeah, he does have queens in production, so with that he also he already has 2 creeping queens who have 4 to maneuver between the bases on top of those spores, so he should be perfectly fine. I say perfectly fine. Obviously, when you go for this kind of attack as a Terran player, you want to distract with the BC, and then the Hellions dive into a mineral line if all the queens are distracted, if the main army is distracted. So we'll see if DirePants can pull off like the 1-2 punch and is able to pull apart the attention of Benjadeath as, oh my god, we were talking about it, mate. We got mech, double armory, more factories.
Look, it's not mech versus mech, so this is still fine.
Oh god.
But yeah, mech in the TVZ. It's still to be determined whether DirePants decides to go for a more. But weirdly enough, nowadays I feel like the more uncommon style of battle mech, or if he's going to go for a more traditional siege mech, which I do feel like I see more of that nowadays. It's funny how battle mech has kind of fallen out of favor.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if we see that more here today, as the majority of the Hellions were cleaned up, which was amazing. I don't know if you saw, but the Lings were able to catch them and surround them, and they were all taken out. So it does take kind of the wind out of the sails of this push. So we do see DirePants is kind of waiting for another BC, or at least waiting for Yamato. We do see Yamato on the way as well. And
just mech with BCs at this point.
Yeah.
He knows the time has come. He does not want to, risk harassing with the BCs. He would much rather consolidate a much stronger army.
Yeah, but this does mean that it does give the Zerg player more time to get ready. We do see the Spire is already on the way. We do see a Virtuon on the way as well. Benjadeath is a little bit all over the place, which I don't really like. He's getting melee upgrades and he's getting bailing speed, but he's also throwing down a Virtuon, so we'll see what his army ends up looking like in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Lingbane.
He's getting all three upgrades.
But he's also he is. He really just spreading out his possibilities right now. It's. I would have to check the vision real quick, and yeah, I mean, Benjadeath doesn't know whether DirePants is going for mech or bio, so I do like that he's trying to spread out his chances here. Whether he needs to go into Mutiling Bane or into Roach Ravager, he'll be there.
Yeah, it's a big investment to say the least to go for triple evos and go for triple upgrades, but we'll see how it goes for him.
Yeah, it's even more of an investment to go for this early of an infestation pit, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
I got a couple of flashbacks to Hands at Champs now.
Exactly, it's a little bit scary because you don't want to be caught taking up too much, because we do see that the main army for Benjadeath is actually quite small. He does have quite a lot of drones and he's investing a lot of money in like the hive and all these upgrades in the production tab, as well as these 7 mutas. But to be fair, he's getting away with it because DirePants, he's being very passive. Like, he's working on his tanks and he's just chilling at home. Yeah,
that is kind of disadvantage of mech, isn't it? Here, like,
at least really the style of mech, right?
Yeah, at least the style. Well, even with battle mech, you're not really going to be able to. Well, I guess either way you want to be doing some economic damage. But I was thinking more in terms of, you know what I'm saying, though, right? Like, if you go for drops, you can go for like the main types of tech and what have you. But then again, if you deal enough economic damage, then you don't have to worry about sniping tech, because then they won't have the money to get tech.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, DirePants, he's finally pushing out with his BCs, but there are just so many mutas that there should be enough mutas to actually deal with the BCs. There are only
Yamatos, they say about that.
Yeah, the Yamatos do take out 2 mutas. Again, there are, okay, here we go, a 3rd BC is joining the fray, and surprisingly, we do see Magfield accelerators on the way for those cyclones. So DirePants is looking to transition into that battle mech style off of these BCs.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the best way to deal with mutalisks like that, right? This early on. He doesn't really want to go into Thors until he can really afford it, until his ground army, or not ground army, sorry, anti-ground army is a lot more, what's the name I'm looking for, like,
yeah, I mean, like, if we were casting Pig Jr., then we would have seen Thors immediately. That's just his style of playing out TVZ. But it looks like DirePants, he has his own style, right? He does have these BCs, and it looks like he may be able to take out this base to the top left. Like, he's dealing a decent amount of damage, but there are so many corruptors on the way.
Yeah, should be able to take out at least one of these BCs. Oh, nice teleport. But I fear he may have shot his load a little too quickly.
Yeah,
wasn't quite able to take out that hatchery.
Yeah, and 1 BC did go down. Only 2 were able to escape there. So yeah, not teleporting quick enough. But again, like, his army is looking okay. I'm a little bit worried because that base did survive, and Benjadeath, he's up to 92 workers, 92 drones. That's insane.
That's a lot of income.
That's almost too many drones. I mean, we do see he's throwing down.
And even...
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, even with that income, Benjadeath, he's making sure that he's not, banking up too much. He is spending that money. I don't think he's ever gone above 500 minerals for the past 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes is too long. 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, he's just been so greedy, and he's getting away with it because he honestly hasn't lost too many drones. We did have a Hellion run by earlier in the game, but that was quite some time ago, and since then, DirePants just hasn't really been too aggressive at all. And Benjadeath is just getting away with so much greed. He's already maxed out.
And now we watch that bank roll on in. DirePants, trying to go for a little bit of economic damage here and there, but unfortunately his attention is split, not quite where the Hellions are.
Yeah, the Hellions, they are able to distract the army, which is nice. Like, the entire army was moved all the way to defend, so DirePants does buy a little bit of time, which is just what he needed. The gap in supply is closing, and defensively, he's looking decent. I don't know about this army composition, though. Like, he has a lot of Widow Mines mixed in for some reason, alongside the Ferrari mech.
Yeah, anti-air.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing though. Like, I just realized, I say Ferrari mech, but he doesn't have any cyclones, even though he got the upgrade.
Maxed out a little too quickly there on the. He has one cyclone, but yeah, he has only one.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So, yeah, his army composition is interesting to say the least. I've never quite seen a mech like you go mech, but you go heavy on Widowmines like this.
I feel like this is the very, very, very defensive composition, isn't it? This is the I don't want to put. I want to really make sure that you come into me and don't even bother trying to go into air because I can deal with that.
Yeah, I think the one step further would be Pig style, which is Pig Junior style, I should say, which is just tank Thor. But yeah, this is
pretty effective. A couple of mines do hit the mutas.
Yeah, the mutas, they are, trying to deal with them on the right hand side. Meanwhile, this massive Baneling run by over to the left is going to look to crash into the planetary.
And it does take that base out. Benjadeath, he may have lost a lot of Banelings to do that, but he just backs away, instantly remaxes, as that is what you can do when you are on 5-6 bases. I
mean, they both instantly remax. Yeah, they both instantly remax. Of course, it does take a little bit for the tanks to come out. And yeah, I mean, at this stage of the game, you don't want too many SCVs, right? To be fair, I feel like DirePants, he is lacking in orbitals. He has a bunch of like regular standard command centers, which isn't necessarily what you want. And meanwhile, we do have Thor production on the way, actually. Huh, okay.
Yeah, finally getting into that later phase of the game where it is safe for DirePants to go into Thor's. And he's just going to be weeding off a couple of these Widow Mines, a couple of these Cyclones do so.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, Benjadeath, we do see he's getting every single upgrade possible. He's getting 3/3 on everything. He's got his Ultras Cavern done with the Ultra upgrades on the way. Greater Spire is already done as well. So once Benjadeath clears up some of the supply, we'll see if he decides to go into Ultras or into Broodlords. Like, the world is his oyster right now. He has everything available to him. Into what? Into both?
Into both.
I don't think he has enough supply to do so. It's possible. It's possible.
It definitely is. And speaking of what's possible, these Banelings, it is possible that they'll get connected, but that is a lot of tanks. The Blinding Clubs, so are absolutely beautiful. That is the Zerg Disable. And DirePants completely cleaned out here, but Benjadeath not really training too evenly right now. He has a very anti-bio army, which, as you can see, doesn't really do too well against mech. They're both about even on army once again.
Yeah, kind of. I will say, even though like they traded supply for supply, I feel like Benjadeath, he traded more efficiently there, like clearing up, resetting the tank count for just Banelings. And with that, now that the Banelings are gone, there we go. Ultras are going to be on the way. Ling Bane Ultra is what Benjadeath is going for. Pretty interesting. Still not opting to go for any Broodlords. But now that he was able to clear up that army, he takes another expansion. And what is DirePants going to remax with? Is kind of what I'm curious about.
SBCs, let's go.
That's what I mean, right? Like, he still has these 3 BCs from the beginning of the game, and he hasn't really done too much with them. He didn't even push out with them.
Yeah, he seems to prefer to use them as almost as ghosts in a way, more support units to try to snipe out, key targets like, say, these Vipers with Yamato. That's a little bit of a difference between Snipe and Yamato, though, in that one of them takes a lot longer to kill their opponents.
Yeah, not wrong there. But finally, the BCs, they are a part of our main army now. They are here to support and to, ward away the Vipers. But here we go. The Ultras are finally here. Benjadeath looking to try and bust through these rocks, and the tanks are a little bit out of position, but they do re-siege.
They definitely do. And they're actually in a really nice position right now. They've taken out basically all of the Banelings. These Ultralists can't quite connect. A couple of these Maglev Cyclones still alive and getting repaired there will be able to clean out the Ultras there. And DirePants has a little bit of momentum to him. There's still the whole remax situation for Benjadeath there. But yeah, DirePants not looking too shabby.
Yeah, nicely done. Another Ultralisk was taken out by those Cyclones, and we do see DirePants is opting to, you know, rebuild his army with Thors and Cyclones, focusing on that anti-air, which I think is a decent decision. I'm a little bit worried that he's putting all his eggs in anti-air when like his priority needs to be dealing with like the Lingbane Ultra, which he can do as long as he doesn't get caught on siege. Oh god.
That he definitely can, but he's utilizing this choke point really, really well. The Zerglings can't quite get us around. And when they're in low numbers like that, they can't even cause friendly fire on the tanks.
Yeah, and that was a little bit scary there for DirePants, but he does hold on. But again, his army isn't really in position to protect the bottom right-hand side of the map, so does force a lift-off on one of these CCs. The other one is so exposed as well.
Yeah, we'll be forced to lift as well, and the Corruptors are, you know, trying to take him out, but not going to be quite able to here. You know, we see DirePants trying to intercept the Zerg army over here, and you know, does split it in two, but he is also in prime surround range. Oh, the Ultras are going down for nothing.
Wow.
Halving though. Oh.
Yeah, the pathing in favor of DirePants as he's able to take off snipe 2 Ultras for free. Nicely done there. And the Corruptors, they're left on their own, like they're exposed, so a couple of them are going to be going down here as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not quite the anti-air DPS here for DirePants this year, but as you were saying, these Corruptors are just way too exposed. They are forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Benjadeath trying to, he is aware where DirePants' army is, so he's just trying to try his luck up over in the
exactly. There's nothing here. There's literally just the planetary, and it's just gonna go down.
Like so. Now Cyclones, they are pretty quick, and DirePants has remax on them. You know, finally utilizing the Magfield accelerator upgrade he got really early on. He did actually lose a decent amount of them to the Ultralisks, but that was a much more efficient trait for the Red Terran player. He may have lost a lot of SCVs, but as you were saying, like, we're at the point where DirePants doesn't want quite as many SCVs. Maybe not actually, because he has just been struggling to secure a base for so long. Look at the income difference.
Exactly. Like the problem is that the bottom right hand bases, they keep getting lifted up. Now he lost the bottom left as well, so he just desperately needs some kind of income, and immediately we have these Lingbane forcing another lift off here on one of the bases of DirePants.
Nice little bit of Widowmine connection over there. Benjadeath, you know, really taking this seriously, really trying to bait any potential mine shots like so.
Oh god, yeah, and the Lings, they get into another base. Meanwhile, there's a massive Ling run by over to the left-hand side, forcing a lift on another base, and DirePants, like, he has a decent army that can maybe win in a head-on engagement, but he's just getting pulled apart.
Exactly. Benjadeath knows that he can't win in a head-on engagement, so what does he do? He just tries to go around. Now, it's interesting that he's still sticking to Lingbane Ultra, I gotta say, like, because, you know, you can go for all these run-bys as much as you want, deal as much economic damage, but you still do have to win a head-on engagement. You know, why? The reason to do all this economic damage is to try to build an army that can at least trade and during that head-on engagement, right? Like,
yeah, and I think he's getting to that point because the Ultra count is getting higher and higher, and with enough Ultras, you can just ignore tank fire, and here we go, he's looking to get the surround.
Get a surround. This is a beautiful surround right now. But it looks like the tanks are just a little too beefy here.
Wow.
A lot of the supply for Zerg are in the Corruptors. A lot of these tanks still standing strong. And DirePants will actually be kind of taken out right now, which is better for Benjadeath. He has a much better economy. He had a bank. DirePants really struggling. He's producing only 6 Hellions at a time, Cyclones at a time right now.
Exactly.
Not quite the tank Thor that he used to have.
Like, if this engagement happened over near a base, then maybe he could have, because he did win that engagement, maybe he could have killed a hatchery as well, but because it was in the middle of the map, like, he couldn't really do anything after that, and he's forced back home, and now more Ultras are out on the map. We do have that remax from Benjadeath, and he's getting on top of the tanks again.
And this time he will be able to take them out. The Thor is very low. Is it still alive? Yeah, it's just under the BC.
It's been hidden by the BC, and there we go. The tank count was reset. This lone Thor goes down to a Baneling. It's just Ferrari Mech left, and I mean, sure, like DirePants, he holds on, but Benjadeath, like his economy has been left alone this entire game. Like he's making more ultras. He's getting the infestor upgrade on the way. Pathogen glands. Like, oh my god. It's it's gonna be too much.
I feel like Koda may have switched races and also name, kind of like the movie Brother Bear.
I remember nothing about Brother Bear. All right.
It's like a dude tried to kill a bear, so he got turned into a bear or something.
What?
That's how I remember it.
Okay, I just remember like he's trying to get the little bear to sanctuary question mark.
Sanctuary, yeah.
I don't. Look, the ultras are here.
The ultras are here, and they are cleaning house. And again, we are at the point where Benjadeath, he doesn't really need to trade that efficiently anymore. He just needs to trade evenly.
Exactly. Like he just needs to trade. That's all he needs to do, right? Like, oh god. Because at this point, like he just has so much money on his side. He can do whatever he wants. He's just moving. He's throwing down some blinding clouds. He has infestors chasing behind this for fungals.
Yeah, 46 Marines being made, and all of them being routed to the other center map. The infestors are here, and they are waiting to land a fungal. Come on, move a little closer, Cyclones! The infestors are actually getting targeted a little. Benjadeath, you gotta make use of them before they get taken out, buddy!
Oh my god!
But he actually manages to save them without using them.
That he does. A CC gets taken out as that was all happening. More SCVs go down, and yeah, it's just a slow death at the moment because Benjadeath, he's already maxed out 200 supply. To be fair, a lot of that is in Lings, like, so it's not really that like amazing of an army, close. But
yeah, even in the highest numbers, right? You don't want to go pure Ling against a mech army. You want to have, you want to rely a little more on, let's say, your infestors, your ultralists, and whatnot. Lings are just your buffer.
Yeah, definitely.
And
like
he's got a lot of buffer, not a lot of suffer units.
Yeah, like he does have a decent ultra count, but so many of them are at such low health that it's kind of like a waste of supply. It's like what's the word? It's not really telling of his actual army strength.
What's it? Scuttle? No, not scuttled.
Oh my god! All the infestors just got sniped. Right? I know what you're saying.
It's when there's a ship that's really badly damaged, but you don't want to like take it out yet.
Just like Brother Bear.
Exactly.
Just like it.
And somehow DirePants was actually able to come back in terms of supply, and it's still not looking too good for him, if I'm being honest. Like, again, we're at a point where one engagement is all Benjadeath really needs to take, whereas DirePants needs to take multiple engagements, but it's such a surprise to see him back up in terms of the army supply.
Yeah, I will say that he does have some momentum going for him, and finally he's going to be pushing on one of the bases of Benjadeath. Benjadeath, like, once again, he can't really engage this army until he gets his reinforcements from his larva, being those 56 Lings. So instead, we're kind of going for a pseudo base trade.
Yeah, I mean, base trade, quote unquote. I feel like this is more Benjadeath really making sure that DirePants is starving before, and in order to buy himself some time to remake his army and go for that big engagement. He'll lose a hatchery, but big whoop. DirePants has lost everything, including his pants.
Exactly, and we do have the Cyclone Hellion out here in the center of the map. He's trying to kite as best he can, but against Lings, it's so difficult to do so. But
that's a big fungal light.
Oh god.
And a good amount of Cyclones have just been cleaved on out. Now, a decent count still remains, and so, DirePants can still continue to kite this until he runs out of ground, but again, it always seems like DirePants is getting a very efficient trade, right? It seems like he's winning these battles, but if you actually look at the big picture in terms of, like, say, the logistics, in terms of resources, Benjadeath is so ahead, it's just a matter of when he wins, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, it is. You mentioned it earlier. It is just like Koda versus Skyskrapr, where like DirePants, he's trading more efficiently, but he just doesn't have the economy to back it up, and all these blinding clouds.
The end of it. Actually, the Cyclones are still there, so we could be still He'll be still in it for a while. There's also not a lot of anti-air, so he's
the Blinding Clouds do cover all the tanks. They all get taken out, and the Ultras, they are going to be sniped. They are going to be kited away. But at the end of the day, we have 22 Lings to reinforce this, and it all comes down to the reinforcements. We actually have, oh my god, Benjadeath is expanding to the left-hand side. He's taking his base away.
Is that enough?
Oh
one base
god.
goes down, one base goes up. You can't explain that, can you?
God damn it. Yeah, like potentially if DirePants like finds out about this, then he can take this out and take out a bunch of drones. And to be fair, if he's able to do that, like Benjadeath, his economy isn't that amazing, so maybe
yeah. I mean, he's really run out of gas, literally mining 0, and he's at 0 just now, taking 2 more geysers. That is not what you want when you're in a late game versus mech. You can't be relying solely on Lings, but it looks like Benjadeath is going to have to for the time being.
Yeah, and it looks like Lings are what he needs right now. Like
the fungal light!
Oh god, the fungal on top of the cyclones. All the cyclones get taken out. The Thor got taken out by the Lings as well. And with that, that's kind of it. Like DirePants has a single BC that's across the map, trying to, you know, end it, trying to do whatever he can. But there's just nothing to stop all these Lings.
Well, where's the anti-air is what I want to ask. Like, anti-air costs gas, but it is still not going to be enough. GG is called, and Benjadeath takes game number 1.
Wow.
Wowee.
Oh boy. And yeah, that was an interesting game. We'll see if DirePants commits to the mech style for the rest of the series, or if he decides to dabble in the bio. I guess mech makes the most sense on Pillars of Gold, because bio, it can be difficult to make work there.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
If you're on a map that makes it easy for your Zerg opponent to surround you, then what you want to do is make them regret surrounding you.
Yeah, I don't think he was able to do that, but
yeah, he wasn't. But you know,
that's what you want, though. That's what you want.
Maybe he didn't regret surrounding DirePants, but you know, at least there was that, you know, he was cautious, right, when trying to surround him. Which is not quite the same, but you know, it's one step behind. You know, that's the next step.
Exactly, and it looks like game number 2 will be on Everdream. Okay.
Yeah, nice little map for any matchup, really.
Yeah, I was about to say that you can be pretty aggressive on Everdream. I kind
you don't have to be.
It's true. You don't have to be. I would kind of like to see DirePants play a little bit more aggressively. And like go for like a Ferrari like mech style opening from the get-go.
Right. I would also like to see DirePants play more aggressively. I would like to see him go for a nuke rush.
Okay.
If we're just, you know, throwing out what we want.
You're like, I just want to Ghost Academy. I'm like, okay, we'll see.
Yeah, education is important.
All right, are you ready?
I am ready for the countdown.
Sweet. 3, 2, 1.
And speaking of the countdown, we are now counting down the minutes for when you will have your next dream. Maybe you're in a dream now. Have you ever had a dream? Steele told me that that was something that he just found out about, so he's gonna like use that or something. I don't know. In the top right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top right-hand corner of Everdream, Ideally Edla, we have the red Terran player coming out from the land of America. He is going to be representing Clan Risen. From what? The Gosu is what that is. They've ascended a level beyond Gosu. They've risen up from it. They're that good. He is the red Terran player. We have DirePants.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Everdream LE, we have the American Zerg player, currently representing Team Legion. It is Benjadeath.
Now, I was actually wondering what name sounded so familiar to me, and now I remember Benjadeath. He's actually very active on both Reddit and Twitter.
I'm gonna have to take your word on that, even though I know that you rarely check Twitter. Okay, yeah, sure.
I mean, the few times I check Twitter, Benjadeath is usually in the thread.
Interesting.
At least it's StarCraft related.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Well, I don't know if very active is right for it, but he's active-ish, you know?
You're like,
He's
you know
someone
what? I've seen his tweet. I've seen him tweet before.
I've seen him tweet once, like 2 years ago, and never again.
Yeah, and you know what? That's just stuck in your mind, and that's what he is now. He's the social media. You know what he is? You know what he is?
He's the number one hype man.
We found him.
We finally found him, Light.
Oh my god. I love how I alluded to it very like loosely, and you got it. You caught onto it immediately. That was great.
Yeah.
Oh god.
We were looking for one for a long time.
Yeah, we were. We actually were.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So yeah, Benjadeath, we do see that he's not just good at the social medias, at Reddit, at Twitter, he's pretty good at the game as well, you know, already up 1-0 in this best of 5, and we'll see if he has anything cheeky in store for us. We'll see if he's going to be as greedy as he was in the previous game, going for triple Evo chamber, which was insane. Are we going to see that again? I hope not.
Well, it's not Evo Chambers, like, but he is going for a relatively-ish quick third base. So yeah, I feel like we might just have another one of those. I'm gonna try to macro up, you know, max out as quickly as I can, and try to go from there. Those kind of games.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. We shall see, as at the moment, Benjadeath, he is opting not to go for Overlord speed or anything too crazy like that, so he will be, I assume, at some point going into the main base to scout what his opponent is going for. Meanwhile, DirePants going for 1-1-1, but he is not going for any kind of switch. He is going for that earlier stim.
Oh, okay. Now, one thing that I do look out for when it comes to these kind of early stim Viking kind of builds, is there going to be an armory popping out?
Yeah, we can see like a really strong timing, right, with an armory with like stim marines and hellbats. I've faced that before. We'll see if something like that does happen, as we do see Benjadeath is going in with his overlord. He will be scouting the production, the opener of DirePants, and yeah, he does see that there's no tech lab on the starport or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Viking for the time being to try to clear out overlords wherever they can find. And yeah, moving into the reactor now, so it looks like it's just going to be a more standard-ish bio army.
Yeah, and honestly, I love this, because this is just showing us, DirePants is showing us that he's not a one-trick pony. He isn't the kind of person that goes mech every game. He can, you know, he can mix it up.
Exactly. His pants can fill a lot of roles.
Exactly. He has big pants.
Yeah. His trousers, if you will.
If you will. If he was English, then sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we all know he's not English. He's from the north.
He is. He is from the great North, Alaska, if you will. You know, I'm sure he's tied in some way to Koda. But yeah,
he's the little bear.
He's the little. No, mate, he's the big bear. Okay, he's got the big pants.
Bear. He does have the big pants.
Oh god. Meanwhile, Benjadeath, I'm still keeping an eye on what is going on in terms of his production. He does have double Evos on the way. It looks like for now he's going for Ling Bane. I'm curious to see if he goes Spire again like the last game to go Mutas, or if he goes for a Hydra Den instead.
Yeah, well, I mean, one thing to remember, Light, is that this game was played a couple of patches ago, so yeah, that was during a time where I think Mutiling Bane was very, very popular. I believe this was before the Baneling nerf?
Yes, it is. This is actually before the Bailing nerf. Back when Ling Bane Muta was a little bit more prominent. Of course, nowadays, Roach.
It's just Mutas.
Just Mutas, or even into Hydra Lurker Viper. In this matchup, we've seen become more and more prominent. Lurkers in general, I feel, have been really shining in recent times.
Oh,
but,
they have.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It always feels really great, like when I'm able to scout the Lurker den earlier on, because then I can just mass up Liberators, and guess what? In my level, they make nothing but Lurkers. Where are your Hydras at?
Exactly. They just try to rush Lurkers, which is definitely a way you can play, but it can be abused by Liberators. But as we can see in the production tab, we are having none of that. We have a Spire on the way. Meanwhile, DirePants, he is pushing out with his Stin Marines and these tanks.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good timing, you know, before too many Banelings can pop out. There is centrifugal hooks, which is a little bit of a pain, but yeah, coming in with +1, yeah, +1 in Sim.
Yeah, and that's a lot of Banelings in production, and DirePants, he's giving his opponent a lot of time. He's just sitting on the creep right now. He's not even scanning. I don't think he actually has energy to scan. Yeah, so this is a bit of a mistiming here when it comes to his push.
Yeah, that is gonna be something that'll keep him up at night. Now, to be fair, staying here where he cleared out the creep, maybe not the worst idea in the world if he can, you know, try to bait his opponent into him. But yeah, Benjadeath not having any of that.
Exactly. We do see a lot of Lings are headed across the map to try and counterattack. The wall is open at the natural, so they can dive on in.
And they do dive on in right on top of one of those Marines, and they are making their way into the mineral line. Surrounding a couple more. If they can actually get into the main, okay, they won't actually be able to do much even if they get into the main, but still. Love SVs do go down. Meanwhile, the big engagement is going on. The Banelings do connect with a lot of units. Connecting with the tanks and taking them completely out. To be able to connect with a lot of these Marines as well. You know, splits, honestly, I thought they were pretty good, but splits don't do too much when you have that many Banelings.
Exactly. There were just so many Banelings. The connections were amazing. All the Marines and the tanks were taken out. And at the same time, if we quickly look, 23 SCVs went down in the naturals. So Benjadeath, he was able to defend at home and counterattack both at the same time.
Indeed, he was. What can he do? GG is called.
Wow.
And with that, Benjadeath, a match point. Are we gonna have nothing but 3-0s today, like?
I was not expecting the GG, I'm gonna be honest. I was like, well, all right. I mean, I understand it completely. Wow.
I'd probably GG out too.
Oh my god, just nothing went right there for DirePants, and
the timing went pretty good, but again, he got a little bit of mistiming there. Maybe not expecting Benjadeath to really have that creep in that area.
Yeah,
and that kind of has a bit of a compounded effect, doesn't it? You know, he didn't expect the creep, so he got a mule, so he didn't have the energy for a scan, and because he couldn't scan the creep out, he couldn't clear the creep, he couldn't really push in, and because he couldn't push in, that gave time for Benjadeath to get more Banelings and more Lings, and yeah, we all saw how that ended.
Yeah, we all did, and that was a rough game too. We'll see if in game 3, DirePants goes back to his roots. You know, are we gonna see Mech again? Are we gonna see?
It's going back to the north.
It's going back to the north. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know if you're up for another 30-minute game.
I'm running out of water, but you know, maybe.
I wouldn't mind at least a 1-1-1 opening, maybe. We'll see as we are going to be loading in to Death Aura.
LE.
Exactly, and Yaku.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Ooh, nice. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1.
And we are now loading in onto Death Aura. LE, the aura of death, and that is so fitting, Light, but that's for you to pick up on. As for now, we are going to be focused on our bottom right-hand corner map, spawning all the way to the bottom right-hand corner. The red Terran player coming down all the way from the land of America. He is probably the northern part of it. He is the player who fills many, many roles. He can just fill it so much because he's big. You might want to keep your trousers on. We have, representing Risen from the Gosu, DirePants.
What were you saying?
I don't remember how the flow went. It went, look.
Oh my god.
It was something like, yeah, you gotta keep your pants on because, you know, he's got big pants. You need. No, I was gonna go for something along the lines of he doesn't need a belt for these. And I would say DirePants, but I don't know how that got translated out of my mouth. My brain and my mouth aren't the same today.
Oh my god, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Death Aura LE, we have the American Zerg player, currently representing Team Legion. It is Benjadeath.
Match point.
We are on match point, and again, I'm really just looking at, you know, DirePants right now. You know, which pair of pants is he going to put on today? Like, he's gone mech, he's gone bio.
Yeah. I was trying to compound it with, like, the, whatchamacallit, or, like, ghosts or whatnot, but no, it's, you know what, like, I need to cast Jon Snow again.
Do you?
Maybe not.
Oh, God. It's been a while. I'll be honest. It's been a while since I've casted Jon Snow. I feel like he's been a little bit MIA since DreamHack 4. Yeah, I hope we see more from him. He's great. He's great.
Yeah, he really is. Old
And
mate Sherrod.
oh my. Okay, so
no, it's 3cc before Starport. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it's not even 3cc before Starport. That was actually a refinery being built. My eyes are not working today.
Mine either. I saw the refinery being built and I thought it was a second factory or something as well. I was like, what? But then I was like, oh, it's okay. And then you went through the same process as me. It's like, all right, it's okay. It's fine. Look, it's been a long day. It's been a long day, people, all right? It's not necessarily been a long cast, but yeah.
I mean, before the cast, I think we did have other stuff going on.
Yeah, definitely. But we are here. We are in game number 3, and at the moment, you know, Benjadeath, he's just joining up. Something that's a little bit strange is that his third base is incredibly late.
It very much is, and I'm just keeping my eyes on the gas count right now. Like, we do see a second gas being built right now.
Oh my.
Lair is on the way. You know, normally people would say that Mutalisks are what you see from an early lair, but I'm gonna say that Benjadeath, you know, he's a really big fan of Mia potentially. I'm gonna say Hydraling. It's only 2 gases for the moment.
I mean, we'll see. I would have accepted a Nidus if you would have said that because of the queen count, but we'll see. we'll keep an eye on the gases.
Mate.
As a third gas and a fourth gas gets taken.
Okay, so it's probably gonna be Spire then.
Yeah, what's interesting is that he is, you know, regardless, he is taking a third hatchery, so it isn't like a big 2-base commitment, 2-base all-in. He is looking to transition, but it took him a while.
I feel like this is basically the 3cc before Starport of Zerg. Except the opposite, it's Starport before 3cc. But, you know, and some people might say, like, so it's just 1-1. Well, no, because the 1-1 of Zerg is like just, you know, Ling with metabolic boosts and you get a second base out. Oh, no, the 1-1 of Zerg is Hatch Gas Pool, right? You know what I mean? Like, this is like 3cc before Starport.
It's
but
like
not quite
it's like 3CC before Starport, except not at all. I I agree with that.
You get what I mean.
Yes. As we do have DirePants pushing out here with these Hellbats, as of course he did finish up the armory earlier, and I mean he's gonna be pushing in here. There are a decent amount of queens. The Bailey's just finishing up in time.
Oh, and they're looking to get these surrounds. These Hellbats so far on creep, and they do connect. There are only 2 Hellbats left. And that's not going to be enough. That's enough of these queens to just take out one by one. Maybe not a lot of DPS with the medevac firing or healing, but, you know, that's why the queens are targeting it down.
Oh, exactly. And everything gets cleaned up. At the same time, there is a Liberator in the main base. Really nicely done. Able to kill 6 workers and even escape as well. Wow. So even though the Hellbats didn't do too much, the Liberator got a lot of value.
That it did. It definitely did. Now the question is it going to be enough? That was a very committed push by DirePants, and to be fair, he kind of got the damage that he wanted to get done, right? He made sure that Benjadeath was lower than him on the worker count. He's getting a third base, but because of that, Benjadeath had production, still had a couple of workers, and was able to build an army, which we're going to see hit DirePants very shortly.
What I'm concerned about is the Mutalisks. He caught a glimpse of the Spire, but I don't think he 100% knows about it, because even though the engineering bays are done, there are no missile turrets in production, and the Mutalisks are here, and what shoots up? What shoots, period, actually?
I vaguely remember seeing Widow Mines somewhere. But
there are 2 Widow Mines in the main base. They haven't scuttled down quite yet, and the Lings and Mutalisks are just going unhindered. There's no army at all.
No, there is not. This is probably not the way DirePants wants to go, so we'll see how he utilizes this very nice mineral walking here with the SCVs, but again, where's the anti-air? It's
just not here. There's nothing here. The Widow Mines, I don't know where they were burrowed. I think they may have even gone across the map. I'm not too sure, but they're not here, and the Mutas are just killing everything. Oh, they were behind the refinery.
Down. They were behind the refinery. They were anticipating the Mutas to come in from the north, but that is a Singapore. DirePants pulled a Singapore. Good game, well played is called. Good luck in the next round. Happy face. Dank Eshin. And Benjadeath sets DirePants on fire to be able to make it to the round of 8, facing Hui, not solo, in a ZVZ.
Wow, GG, well played. What an interesting series. I did love that DirePants, he did, showcase something different every single game. Showing off his variety. He did.
He's got a wardrobe up, yeah. He's proud of the sense of fashion that he's got.
And I mean, at least I was impressed. Regardless of Benjadeath, he was just completely solid. To be fair, he was also willing to, be a little bit cheeky, especially in game number 2, right? Going for the later 3rd hatch and going for a faster Spire instead. Just a little bit unfortunate because DirePants, he was kind of caught with his pants down. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but
so he didn't have a belt on.
Yeah. Every single one of his production buildings was either in production or making an add-on when the attack came. That's why he had nothing. Like he had no army whatsoever. It was like, oh god, he wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't. And Singer wasn't ready for it. Like, we are back. We talked about the North for a little while, but now we are back for the final series we have today. It is going to be our watch. It is going to be the PvP between, I forgot the names already, Holden and Yoyo. I feel like they're new appearances here, at least in the playoff stage, aren't they? Like,
I believe so. I think we casted Holden last season, maybe in the group stage. His name, is a little bit familiar to say the least, but yeah, I'm not too sure about Yoyo.
They're Yoda Slim's brother.
Yeah?
Maybe. Potentially.
As I was just setting up casting tool, I think the team logos will be in for the next game, but I'm just setting up. And yeah, I mean, you just said it. Our watch begins. It's been a while, but we're finally here. And hey, we've got our PvP.
That we do. What a way to end the evening.
The only way we could have ended it, to be honest.
It is accurate. Well,
All
it could
right.
have been a Canadian versus a Canadian.
True, that would have been maybe slightly better. But are you ready?
I am in, yeah.
Nice. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
And here we have it on the first map of our final series of the evening. We have gonna be spawning in onto Ice and Chrome. LE. Hashtag where is the Chrome? Hashtag the Chrome is a lie. Hashtag the Chrome is in their iced coffee, actually. It's not me big mystery, it's just, it's marketing. In the top right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top right-hand corner map, we have the green Protoss player coming out from the land of America as well. He is a player who's had a lot of his ups and a lot of his downs, but now he's here in the round of 12 of NA Contender Season Division 1. Representing all inspiration, we have Yoyo.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ice and Chrome LE, we have the American Protoss player, the blue Protoss. Representing Team Legion, it is Holden.
Now, we're on the PvP light. And, okay, actually, first off, this is kind of interesting. Yo-Yo going for a single gate, it seems. Whereas Holden going for the more standard double gate.
Yeah, I think what's interesting, what's weird...
Gas steal.
He does gas steal. And what's weird is that Yo-Yo is not putting his buildings on the ramp, which does mean that if there wasn't a depth opener, it would be easier to... shade into the main base. Like the SimCity isn't there to block a shade as you normally would see. So an interesting decision there from Yoyo.
Yeah, very much so was. Getting a little greedy here, taking the natural Nexus a little bit early.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially considering he's only going off of one gateway. This is... I mean, we know that there's an old saying when you go into NA server, isn't there, Light? So the saying is, why would you ever get a second base in PvP?
So there's a couple of things that are shocking to me. So Yoyo went for a probe scout and he saw the double gateway opening from Holden, but despite that he went for the earlier Nexus. But Holden, after scouting the early Nexus, he did not produce anything from his 2 gateways. Normally you would see 2 stalkers just push out across the map. Instead he went for an expansion himself.
You can tell Holden has been wanting to play macro PvP for a while.
He's like,
and he's just looking for the opportunity to.
Oh my god!
Oh, thank you so much, my dude.
So yeah, interesting decision, but this does mean that neither player is going to be overly aggressive. Holden had the option to, and he said no to it. He's like, nah, I don't want none of that. I'm going to go for an expansion, and we're going to get into that mid game.
We are gonna macro. Don't let, just because we're Protoss players in the PvP doesn't mean we have to go proxy Stargate versus proxy Robo every time.
Exactly. Don't let people label us just because of our race, right? We can do what we want, and they are expanding, and yeah, this is gonna be interesting to say the least. We'll see what their styles are like. Like, are we gonna see a Twilight Council? Are we gonna see someone go for Blink Stalkers? Are we gonna see someone like focus on Immortal production instead? Are we gonna see someone go for a fast 3rd Nexus, and then they'll scout and then also go for a 3rd Nexus? I don't know. It's crazy.
Who really knows? But it seems like Holden, he may be a macro Protoss player, but they're definitely also a aggressive macro Protoss player, as the Forge is now being thrown down to complement this Robo facility.
Yeah, both of them not quite mirroring each other, but close enough. You know, both players going for that forge, both players going for the robo. Yoyo is the first player to invest into that Twilight Council, which I love. I imagine it's going to be for Blink. We'll see if he does something crazy and goes for charge instead first, which, I mean, could happen, but we shall see. So far, Holden, though, no Twilight Council.
Yeah, which is kind of a surprise to me here, like. Figure, I don't know what I figure. He's getting some more gateways though, so we should be seeing that Twilight Council fairly soon.
Yeah, we shouldn't. Oh my god, he is being crazy. Yoyo is not going for Blink, he's going for charge.
Huh.
Okay.
Alrighty then. He's getting a lot more gateways behind us as well. I imagine that with the charge, he's probably gonna, yep, there it is.
Yeah.
The Templar Archives is being thrown down. He is playing a very old school Chargeland Immortal style. Something that I actually wanted. That's something that I'm actually really excited for. Like,
mate, this is 10 gateways.
In a while. That is 10 gateways. This is all in. That's all in at this point.
He is repping his team well, all in. He is going with. I have not seen this in a PvP before in recent times, in 2020 at least.
I haven't seen it since maybe 2017, 2018-ish,
Yo,
early
this,
2018.
yo, this could work because Holden's going for a third Nexus. What's he doing? Does he not know he's in a PvP?
That is true. Surprisingly, Yoyo, the first player to expand this game, is also the player who's going to go all in.
Oh my god. So, okay, so Holden, he does have an observer across the map, and it is in the natural, so he should see the move out, and that should tip him off. There's a lot of shoulds here, though, because, again, like, he is going for that third Nexus, and I'm afraid that he's investing too much in that. He's throwing down a bunch of production, he's throwing down a bunch of gateways, which he will need, but we'll see if he has enough for the attack.
Yeah, it's not looking too likely. Holden also investing into charge, and is this an NA thing, like? Because I miss Charge of the Immortal, Charge of the Archon, honestly.
Yeah, I will say that the one thing that Yoyo is really missing is either a warp prism or a like reinforcement point, like a proxy gateway to warp in, because even though he has 10 gateways, like, it's gonna take so long. Okay, there we go. Never mind, the warp prism's here.
Well, I mean, there's warp prism, yeah.
All right, cool.
The first thing he got from the robo facility completely skipped out on Immortals there. And yeah, I feel like Holden will have a little bit of a stronger beef wave, but Yoyo will have more velocity, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, again, honestly, Holden wants Yoyo to waste DPS on that third Nexus, and he's going for it. He's attacking the Nexus instead of going for the army. And is there enough here? I love the defensive Archons for Holden.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you're up against charges, you want to have that splash damage. But with the charges of Yoyo coming in, the Archons of Holden slowly getting sniped off. The chargelets are still holding strong right now for Yoyo, and another warping coming in. The Archons are getting really low. The battery overcharge should be able to save it, but not when it goes down to hull damage. And Yoyo will be forced to back off because of that overcharge.
Yeah.
Now he gets free third base.
The overcharge was enough to hold on, and here we go. Holden looking to try and keep his third Nexus alive. And he's trying, but more and more warpings come in. The third Nexus will go down, and behind this, Yoyo is expanding himself.
That he is. Third base just about finishing up there, and he will be starting to saturate that. Now, after taking this out, Yoyo actually backing off. I think he's realized that he couldn't quite break Holden with an all-in, so he decides, you know, let's take your third base, get my own, back away.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there was maybe an opportunity there to continue to warp in, but, you know, he has this advantage. Why not just continue the game with it, as we do have the upgrades finishing up. You know, he's saturating his third base as well. And Holden, what does he do from here? It looks like he's looking to be aggressive himself, which I do like. I'm a little bit concerned, though, because he's pushing out and he doesn't have... he's just working on his first Warp Prism now. Oh, God! The harassment!
Actually recalls because of that Warp Prism. That is not insignificant. Holden, he was a good halfway across the map before he recalled there.
Yeah, like, there was definitely an opportunity for him to push out, deal some damage, and then recall, right? But now it's on cooldown.
Very much so is, and with that Holden, he's I don't know, he's being a little, I don't know, I feel like there's not, it's going to be hard for him to pick the right move from here, right? Like, I feel like something in the back of his head is telling him I should push, I should try to equalize, but then another part of his brain is saying, but I don't really have the army that I need to do that.
Yeah,
But he
and
does have to try.
ooh, nicely done, Holden. Even though these stalkers in the main base are going to go down, he was able to snipe the War Prism of Yoyo, so that stops any kind of harassment damage. As soon as he cleans up these charge lots, like, he has nothing else to worry about in terms of like a counterattack, so or harassment, I should say. And Holden, he's pushing out. He's going through the middle.
That he is, but 2 gateways to get depowered, so he's gonna have a lot less reinforcement potential here. Holden, he's gotta make do with this. He's gotta win with this, I feel.
Yeah,
he's gonna lose.
Exactly, but there are just so many Archons here for Yoyo. Like, these Zealots are just gonna absolutely evaporate.
Now we have it. GG immediately called. Yoyo takes game number 1 in a style that I'm honestly a little bit nostalgic for, late.
I love it. I love the charge lot Archon. It's something that you rarely see. It's great.
Definitely was.
Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I was excited for a moment because I'm like, oh my god, are these replays new? Like, am I going back into game? Nope. Never mind.
Speaking of going back into game, light, I am just gonna be going to refill my water bowl, so I'll just be 1 sec.
Go for it. And yeah, if you are tuning in, you know, of course, !Matcherino in the chat, as this tournament does have a Matcherino page if you are interested in supporting it. Of course, this tournament is run by Sugar. Sugar, if you're unaware, if you're new to the NA scene, Sugar has been around for very many years. He used to be on Psystorm Gaming back in the day. I say back in the day, I think he left last year, maybe 2 years ago. After that, he has kind of gone on his own, and he is, you know, doing what he can in the scene and running his own events. He's been running NA Contender and NA Apprentice for a very long time. You know, he's very passionate about the NA StarCraft scene, and he does what he can for it. Running both NA Apprentice and NA Contender, them being kind of like this GSL tournament, this GSL format for players from the United States and Canada. So yeah, that's kind of where he's investing his time and resources, and he's been doing a really good job. Like, he's very much so in the center of the NA scene, and yeah, honestly, the tournament's been growing really well. It's been great to see.
I agree.
All right, and now we are going to be getting ready to get into game number 2.
That we will.
So, you know, we did just see an old style of Charge Lot Archon. What other old style would you like to see here? Like, what's
PvP?
nostalgic? Yeah. For of course, right? What else would it be? That'd be great.
Dare an amulet.
All right. Are you ready?
I need more water. All right, now I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
And so we get ready. We are now loading in onto Eternal Empire. LE. LE, of course, standing for ELE, ELE, which of course does stand for Extra Rain. I don't know where that came from. In the top right-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top right-hand corner map, we have the green protest player coming down from the land of America. He is going to be representing clan All Inspiration. Already taking game number 1 in a bit of a nostalgic style. He is probably going to do something similar to this game. We have Yoyo.
Did you say LE stands for extra rain?
No, EELE, ELE.
Ah, okay.
Stands for extra rain.
Ah, yes, because that explains where the R came from. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Eternal Empire LE, we have the American Protoss player representing Team Legion. It is Holden.
Holding on.
Holding on.
And you know, this time both players did opt for the most standard 2-gate opening in the PvP. So yeah, I mean, Yoyo not really gonna be showing off any of those old school strats, at least for the time being.
Yeah. Okay. So this confirms. I was like curious to see if like maybe Yoyo was like an old school player, like a returning player who's a little bit like out of place, out of time, out of meta, and we're gonna see some old things. But no, okay, he's showing that he's aware that the wall should be on at the front of the ramp, on top of the ramp. Like this is what should be happening, so it's okay.
Game number 1 was just like his warm-up game, right? Except he ended up winning that somehow.
What a way to start a best of 5.
What a way. And yeah, I guess we're just gonna see who decides to go for the Stargate and who decides to go for the Robo facility. It's usually how it goes in the PvP.
Oh yeah, that's typically how it goes. And at the moment we do see Holden, he did throw down a pylon, you know, to disrupt this, or at least to delay the natural of Yoyo. This probe is going to have to chip its way through to be able to get down there to throw down a Nexus, so Holden, his Nexus will be a little bit faster.
Quite a lot faster, but Yoyo, he's not discouraged by that, you know? He decided, you know what, I can't quite take my Nexus hit, so I'm just going to tech up, and I'm going to get my Robo facility. Probably quicker than you can. What about that, huh?
What of it? What? So yeah, I do love that Yoyo, because he realized his Nexus was going to be delayed, he threw down a Robo instead, so you know he doesn't float too many minerals or too many resources. And yeah, we'll see how things go from here, because unfortunately Holden, he does throw down a Robo. No Stargate opening or anything like that, nothing too crazy, pretty standard so far.
Oh, like Smoke 1847 here in the chat. You should be able to walk through your own pylons. I really like that suggestion. I like to expand that a little bit more to say Terran add-ons. You should be able to walk through your own as well.
I don't know if you were.
Blizzard.
Yeah. I don't know if you tuned into the Pylon show earlier today, but they had an adamant discussion. Yeah, they had an adamant discussion about that actually today, about Terran add-ons and being able to move them from one side to the other.
Please?
And that devolved into Overlords being able to land to avoid Phoenixes, and Pylons being able to. There was something else regarding Pylons. The door. It was about the Protoss door. Protoss having a door. True. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I unironically think that, you know, Pylons should be able to have that, you know, supply depot ability just to make it a little bit more, you know, solid for Protoss. But here's my suggestion for Overlords, right, Light? If they land for Phoenixes, there should be a cooldown. Because what happens when they land for Phoenixes is they deflate. So what should happen is there should be a cooldown where they just spend it inflating.
Oh, yeah. So you see them for like 30 seconds, like slowly inflating over time. Yep.
Yes. Get on it, Blizzard.
Oh my god, that would be beautiful. I would love that just for the animation.
It'd be beautiful. That would be what you could call a. Nobody's gonna get this. I was just gonna say that's what you could call a Dax Overlord.
Exactly. Oh god, that's what we need now. I want that just so that Carbo can like make a video on that.
About it, yes. Yeah. I would buy a pin of that probably. No, I would buy a shirt. Overlord deflating and inflating.
Oh my god, and Yoyo, he's going for a similar style. I say similar because we haven't seen that massive gateway explosion that he went for in the previous game yet, but he is going for charge.
Yeah, and generally when you go for charge, eventually Protoss player tends to want to go for Archons. There we go. There's the Templar Archives.
Yeah.
But there are a handful, a very small handful of Protoss players, I feel like, when they go for Charge, they follow it up with Colossus, which I'm not too sure what that's about, to be honest.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least, but we do see it from time to time, and Yoyo, he's going for the same, or not the same, a similar opener to what he did in the previous game. We do see this massive gateway explosion, 7 gateways were thrown down, as well as that Templar Archive, so he is going for Charged Out Archon. I imagine that because this is the second time Holden is facing this, he's gonna have a better time dealing with it. Like, already he has a pretty decent army.
Yeah, already he decided not to expand so quickly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's probably the most important part, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because of that, he also has a bigger army, right?
Definitely. He is investing in that more, and on top of that, I think that part of that is because we do see these adepts and this pylon block at the third base of Yoyo, so he knows that there's no like big rush to expand, and we do see Holden, he is sneaking into the main base with this War Prism, and with this he should be able to deal some harassing damage. More importantly, he's able to scout what his opponent is doing.
Yeah. That he will, and you know, when you see this many gateways and whatnot in your opponent's base, that's gonna bring a couple of alarm bells in your head. What does Holden think about this? How does he decide to react to this or respond to that? Is the question.
Yeah, we'll see, as at the moment he is working on his own third base, and he's throwing down a bunch of defensive structures, which I love, you know, defensively, especially because he has a pylon blocking the third base of Yoyo, so he knows that he's staying on 2 bases. Like, as long as he holds the big 2-base push, like, it should be perfectly fine. And to prepare for that, you know, he's throwing down a bunch of cannons, he's throwing down more gateways as well, so he can focus on his army, and his defense here should be a lot better than in the previous game.
Definitely. I mean, he's already gotten the shield battery out. He's already getting the cannon just in case he needs something to take some damage. And, you know, just parking himself on top of his ramp, which is pretty much the only place Yoyo can push into unless he wants to waste time.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there are a lot of sentries here, which I don't know how I feel about, especially because force fields are nice, but because of the amount of Archons, like, force fields are kind of obsolete, right? Like, I don't really know how much they're going to come into play.
Shield.
This is true. They can help, you know, in that supportive way, but we'll see as Yoyo is pushing up the ramp.
Is pushing up the ramp, and you know, Holden actually just letting him get it. There is a lot of Archons, but the charges get beautiful surrounds. The battery overcharge really being overcharged right now, and keeping Holden alive is basically just Archons left for Yoyo, and that's not too difficult for the Immortals to just target down. But the Guardian Shield, though, really, somehow, that's the MVP right now for Yoyo.
Exactly. In the end, all these Zealots are going to be taken out, and with that, it looks like Holden is going to finally get on top of some of these Archons. One Archon does go down, but this is getting kind of close. There's only 2 Immortals left.
There are only 2 Immortals left for Holden. Meanwhile, Yoyo actually has a lot of momentum right now. He has the warping potential. He's trying to get a lot more Archons as well.
Wow. And with that, with this massive 2-base all in, he's able to end up, you know, destroying the army of Holden. Now he's getting on top of the third base. Now Holden, what does he have going for him? He's trying to rebuild his army, and maybe he's gonna have enough time now.
Yeah, he shouldn't have denied Yoyo that third base. Yoyo got mad.
Oh,
he
God.
Punished.
Yeah, he just comes back up, question mark? I don't this is some kind of
coming back up.
Exactly, and
Yoyo goes up.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that like the robot production stopped completely. He's just going Charged Out Archon as well against Charged Out Archon. But he's behind in terms of the army count, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get back up there. Holden, that is.
Behind in terms of the army count, behind in terms of the upgrades. Yoyo is about to finish +3 weapons. Holden is still on that +1. Cannot afford to get +2 because he's just he just has to rebuild his army so often.
Yeah, exactly. And I was hoping that Holden would get more shield batteries. Like, I think he only had 1 shield battery and 1 cannon at his third base. I could be wrong, but it felt like he was definitely Yeah, it
No,
felt
he
like
had two, one in the back, one in the front, but still.
yeah, it felt like he was definitely lacking in terms of defensive structures, especially because he knew that his opponent was going for a big 2-base all-in, right? Like you would take that as seriously as possible, I would assume. But yeah, we saw he just didn't have enough at his third.
No, he did not, and he still doesn't quite. Actually, the charge has
Oh.
started to chew through the splash damage from Holden, doing a lot better than the splash damage for Yoyo. But +3 is really showing what it can do right now. And as the Archons evaporate for Holden, I feel like Yoyo, as long as he continues to warp in, should be able to have this.
Exactly, like there's still one immortal from either side. It looks like it's getting quite close, but there's just a little bit too much for Yoyo. He's able to push Holden back, but again, because of the shield battery, because of the cannons here at the natural, it's kind of hard to keep pushing.
Yeah, very much so is. So just why Yoyo finally decides to saturate a third base.
Yeah, he does have his third on the way, finally, after so long. So he isn't all in anymore. Like, he does have that behind him. He is containing Holden onto 2 bases. Has to be careful here. He is trying to sneak the Warp Prism into the main base. Doesn't want to get caught out by those Archons.
No, he's not. But if it's a consolation for Yoyo, he knows that those Archons are pretty much the only anti-air he's going to have for a while. You know, Holden can't quite afford to make anything else, really.
Yeah, pretty much. And Holden, he's trying. Like, he's getting a third Nexus behind this, surprisingly. So he's gonna try and deal some damage and macro up behind this. What can he really do across the map, though, is the big question. He's pushing out with no War Prism. He will have a recall available to him, just in case things get a little bit too crazy, but... oh boy.
Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, it's, not looking too good for Holden, is it?
No.
I was trying to go for a bit of a counterattack, but he's going to be moving up a ramp into a lot of charge lots.
Yeah, and I love this. Actually, a couple of Zealots did sneak into the third base of Yoyo, so he does force a lot of probes off the line, was able to snipe off a couple of them as well. So Holden dealing some damage, but...
in the end, the Warp Prism is what really is going to force Holden's hand there. GG is called, and Yoyo are going to be taking it to match point. And I gotta tell you, like, we've had one best 3-0, we've had another 3-0, and then we've had a third one. Are we gonna have a full 4 3-0s tonight?
It's possible. It's definitely possible. Based on the way these games have been going. What's surprising to me is Yoyo. He's done the same thing 2 games in a row. Is he gonna go for Charged Archon in game 3?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
It's honestly, Charged Archon is it's potent of a build, of a unit composition is what it is. It's just, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just not as common, surprisingly.
Yeah, it isn't. And to be honest, I do kind of place that game, especially, I do place the blame a little bit on Holden, because it felt like going into it, like he got like a bunch of scouting information. Like, it felt like he knew what was going to happen. I think that he could have done a little bit more to prepare for it, right? Like at his third base. And we'll see if the same thing happens. Like, we'll see if Yoyo goes for the same thing in game number 3, and we'll see if Holden is able to refine himself a little bit more and prepare more.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Holden hardcore underestimated how much 2-base all-in could really do at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, he did get the 2 shield batteries, he got the single cannon, and was posturing around, but in the end, I feel like he didn't quite take, or didn't really realize how much damage Yoyo was going to do.
Yeah. Definitely. And we'll see if that changes here, as game number 3 will be on Death Aura.
This is where Yoyo 1-base all ends, because it's a short map.
Are we going to see maybe we'll see a proxy? I don't know. We'll see.
Proxy Stargate. Proxy Stargate.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
And here we are now on Death Aura. LE. LE, of course, standing for lunch. Empty. Lunch empty. I'm hungry. In the bottom right corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right corner of the map, we have the green Protoss player coming down from the land of America. He has been all the way up in this series, but he might also go down, but he might also go up, but he might also go down. In fact, actually, no, he will go up and down because he's a Yoyo, right? Gonna be representing Team All Inspiration, we have Yoyo.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Death Aura LE, we have the American Protoss player representing Team Legion. It is Holden.
I'm disappointed already.
There's no proxy. God damn it. And once again, Yoyo.
Yeah, sorry. You were gonna say what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
Yeah, once again, Yoyo. It's kind of odd. He's his SimCity, right?
Yeah, SimCity. The fact that he is going for a gateway core into a Nexus. Very nice block though by Holden, and this actually forces Yoyo to go into a double gate build. Perhaps not as efficiently as he would like.
Yeah. I mean, Holden's been on top of this, right? When it comes to throwing down pylons to delay the natural or the third base or what have you. He's been on point on of that at least. And yeah, forcing his opponent to go for an opener that he wouldn't have otherwise wanted to go for.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're forced to change your opening like midway like that, it's not going to be anywhere near as efficient as your opponent's build. So I view that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love this though. Yoyo actually throwing down that pylon, forcing his opponent to stay on one base for a little bit longer as well.
Two can play that game is what Yoyo is saying, but the double adepts will probably have something to say about it. No, wait, Yoyo's the one getting double adepts.
That he is. So yeah, two adepts are going to be coming out from Yoyo, going to be pushing out across the map. It's going to be on Holden to make sure he has that probe ready to throw down a pylon, or you know, maybe even a defensive shade of his own as well.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you do, right, to just prevent these adepts from getting much scouting or damage done. You know, Yoyo, we see that the adepts are not going to be the end of it. I think there are a couple of one of the more common openings that we see nowadays, if a Protoss player wants to go aggressive, is to go up to about 6 to 8 adepts and then just try to get a lot of probe damage done early on and transition to something else. But yeah, Yoyo, not going to be that type of Protoss player.
We'll see. Here comes a shade in. Nicely done. The pylon does get thrown down. Sorry, shield battery gets thrown down, stopping the shade from getting into the main base. And finally, after so long, Yoyo is able to take his expansion in the natural location.
That's rough. It's very, very rough. Trying to shade in again, even. But the shield battery strategically placed. But strategically kept there. Yeah, actually, a couple of these adepts are going to be taken out as they did end up committing to the shade, so a bit unfortunate from Yoyo, and yeah, he's just had a really rocky start. Again, his natural is going to be so much later, especially because I think we've taken note of it. Yoyo is normally the one to expand first in these series, in these games, so yeah. And I feel like he may not really be used to expanding second right here. I don't know, it feels like he's playing this out as if he did expand first. He's getting his forge out, he's trying to get immortals out, and I'm just worried that it's not going to be enough. Holden, what has he got? Let's take a quick little glance. Okay, only 2 gates and a rogue facility, so not going to be too aggressive anytime soon.
Yeah, I have to agree. It feels like Yoyo, he didn't really have the economy to be as greedy as he was, throwing down all this tech, right? The Twilight Council, the Forge, the Robo, and investing in all this, but we'll see if he gets away with it. As he is slowly catching up in terms of the worker counts. He has a decent immortal count, but here we go, Holden, he's pushing out.
Yeah, he is rallying the Warp Prism towards the main army, and look at those speed zones go, like... Protoss army is making its way across the map real fast. Now, Yoyo will be able to scout this, but that shield battery's way, way far in the back. Sentry's not quite, don't quite have the energy that they need, and this is a scary army.
Oh yeah, this is terrifying, like especially with this amount of sentries. Like force fields are key at the moment, and yeah, there are no Archons, so this time they're actually going to come into play.
That they are, and there's also some decent force fields. That's a much better one, completely isolating a Immortal just like that. And there goes Pop, forces the shield, the battery overcharge, and that seems a little bit preemptive, if I'm being honest. Like, I feel like Yoyo was anticipating Holden to move in, but yeah, it's now basically a wasted overcharge. Forced to pull the boys.
Yeah, exactly. It was a bit of a premature overcharge. The probes are going down. There's no more Immortals left for Yoyo. Only gateway units and probes. And oh my god, with this amazing Warp Prism Micro. Yeah, exactly.
That should just about be enough. Battery overcharge still on cooldown, and the shield batteries are quickly running out of energy. I feel like it's just way too much DPS right now here for Holden with these two Immortals, with the roughly same amount of Stalkers. Just kidding. They killed the Stalkers so quick for Yoyo that
exactly.
Now he's got the lead in every army unit.
Yeah, the Immortal goes down as well. The shield batteries are out of energy. Another overcharge is used, but there's only one unit, and this is too much DPS. Shot.
There we have it. GG is called, and Holden giving us our first and only non-3-0 of the evening.
He is the only player to fight back, as of course everyone can see. Everyone else so far in the round of 12 has been 3-0'd, but Holden, he's having none of that.
None of it. This is where we find a reverse sweep.
It's possible. It's a PvP.
The most volatile matchup. Well, actually, I think a lot of people would say it as CPC. But then again, PvP,
volatile?
It's, yeah. Okay, maybe it's not so much volatile, more so that it's, you know, as in it can snowball fast, right? I mean, as we can see from this game, Yoyo, he took a disadvantage, a very slight disadvantage earlier on that completely threw off his build. And from there, Holden was just able to capitalize on that.
Just like a big bear.
Yes, like the bear.
Exactly, and we'll see if Holden can keep this up. As a reminder, of course, this is a best of 5, so Yoyo just needs one more win to close out this series. But Holden, he needs to continue to take games until he gets to that ace match if he wants to take it himself. And we shall see as we are loading in to Everdream.
Ooh, and I mean, like, October is coming up upon us. You know, Green Day is slowly waking up. And with that, the season's going to be over. They're going to introduce a new map pool, and I don't favor Everdream's chances of staying in. It's been in the map pool for a really long time, and I'm just going to miss it.
I just want to get rid of Eternal Empire. That's
yeah,
that's all I want. I just get it out of here.
I'm sick of it.
Get it out.
It's a good map, but I'm sick of it.
I'm done. I'm done with it. Okay, leave Everdream, get rid of Eternal. That's all I want. You know what? Get rid of both of them. It's fine.
Get rid of Eternal. Maybe get rid of what's that one map that is actually a really good map, but I lost one time on it, so now I hate it. Ice and Chrome. There we go. Ice and Chrome is actually a really good map, but I worry what it does to Seal's mental health.
That's why I want it to stay in. That's all the more reason to keep it in.
More duct tape material.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Oh god. All right, Yaku. Are you good? Are you good?
I am just going to take a quick sip.
Nice. All right.
And I'm good.
3, 2, 1.
And here we have it. Swatting in now on to Everdream, Ideally Edle, which could be our final map of this evening. We have in the bottom left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the bottom left-hand corner map, we have the green Protoss player coming out all the way from the land of America. Well, he came down, but he's also coming up in terms of the series because he is on match point. we have, representing all inspiration, it is Yoyo.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Everdream LE, we have the American Protoss player, the other Protoss, the blue Protoss, representing Team Legion, it is Holden.
Now, as this could be our final map, Light, I feel like I gotta ask you before I miss my shot. Recently, Steel introduced me to the metaphor of the beef wave, and that's basically, you know, Archons, Immortals, Zealots. Sometimes they have some support units. And Steel, when I asked him this, he told me that he wasn't really sure because he didn't have too many experiences with it. But tell me if you agree. Archon is Wagyu, 100%.
Hold on. First, why does he call it a beef wave?
Because the units are very beefy. Immortals, for obvious reasons. Chargelets, for obvious reasons. Archons, for obvious reasons if they don't get EMP'd.
Okay. Alright. So, Archons... Are we saying the Archon's like the high quality one, yeah?
Kind of, yeah. What I'm saying with Archons is that they're like... Because the shields are kind of like fat, right? No, wait, but then again, that doesn't really work because Wagyu doesn't have a lot of fat. It's just marbled really well.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
No, but I mean, the color is kind of like marbled.
You could argue that then that means Wagyu is like the immortal then, right? Because it has a spell of a shield, but it doesn't have a lot of shields, right?
Maybe I was imagining Wagyu. I was imagining Immortals as more of filet mignon, right? Because it's very meaty. It's very thick and very meaty. Whereas Archons, because the way I feel about Archons, right? They have a lot of shields, but get rid of the shields and they basically die. That's kind of like Wagyu. It's very melty in your mouth. And I'm not talking about the Zerg player.
I guess it depends. It depends if you still think Shields is fat though, because then it wouldn't be Wagyu.
Shields isn't fat. No, Shields isn't fat.
Okay.
But the way I'm thinking about it is like, it's like the health, right?
Wait, hold on. You've never had Wagyu?
Steel has never had Wagyu. I have had knockoff Wagyu. I had like Wagyu Grade B.
Okay.
I've never had Wagyu Grade A.
Okay.
That's like $50 per.
It is
like $50 for what?
Fun fact:
like 150 grams.
When Kura was in Australia, she tried Wagyu for the first time.
Grade A.
Yeah. It was beautiful. It just melts in your mouth, man. It's like,
you need to try it at least once. I mean, even Grade B, which isn't as good, is pretty decent, at least in my experience. But man, I can't imagine what Grade A is going to be like.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's amazing. And there's even better stuff than that. It's better than Wagyu. There's like Kobe beef, right? Like that's meant to be even like Where's Yoda? we need him in here for the food talk. What's going on?
What is going on? Can we just have a podcast? You, Yoda, and Milk.
Just talk about food the entire time.
Yeah.
We're like, okay, so if the Colossus was food, what would it be? What would?
Well, Colossus are also kind of beefy, right?
Yeah, but they're tall boys. They're lanky boys. Like Yoda keeps calling them giraffes, but I don't know. I've heard
them being called giraffes before, which I think makes sense because, as we all know, giraffes are very mechanical.
Yeah.
But also because giraffes are tall.
Yeah, as well. This is all accurate. These are all accurate things.
What if Colossus are corn on the cob?
No.
Yeah, probably not.
Wait, what if they were kebabs? Like not a kebab, but
they're
like
spicy.
Yeah, because they're covered in hummus. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like
when they shoot out, it's like, yeah.
When have you seen a Colossus not covered in hummus?
It is accurate. We got a proxy coming out from Holden. It's the point.
we got a game, we got a PvP, we got a proxy pylon, but nothing's really been thrown down. But there is a probe, so something should be thrown down at some point, but nothing quite yet. So we just don't really know what's going on with that. Oh my god.
Sign asking for a little bit of Spanish. Hola, están? Gateway como grande. Si gateway que Yoyo.
And there's your Spanish for the day. What's up, Destan? What are you doing awake right now? Isn't it like 7 a.m.? Which is a normal time to wake up. Which is crazy. I'm used to like garden and eggs staying awake until now instead.
Fun fact, I had a break between classes earlier today and I went into Eggs' stream. This was about maybe 1:30 p.m. your time.
Uh-huh. God damn it. God damn it, Eggs. Destan would have been asleep by then. He's a regular human being. He's great. And speaking of regular human being, it kind of looks like Yoyo's getting ready to go into it once again. Like, we've got +1, there it is, charge, you know, he's just, this is what he's about.
Explosion. Although he did get a third base quicker this time.
True, and I don't know what it is, but they're both going for it. They're both going for charge lots. They're both going for Archons. We're just gonna see them beef waves just smash into each other.
I can't wait. You know, that's the best way to tenderize your beef, isn't it?
Yeah, to just, you know, beat it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the powder, just speed it.
Exactly. So we'll see how this unfolds. Again, like I've just kind of been waiting for something to happen with this proxy pylon, but just not. Yeah, she's just chilling. Probe's just chilling. It's fine. Oh,
it's really surprising, honestly. It's just a reinforcement point, which, I mean, Holden, he may as well have gotten the gateway, right? If he was going to use that to reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, if it was, I mean, there we go. We do have a couple of adepts warping in there to the north, but Yoyo, he is looking to push in here to the third base of Holden. He does have a warp prism to help reinforce with more and more zealots. And to be fair, there are no defensive structures, like there's no shield battery.
I think this may go the same way that game of #1 went light.
It is definitely possible. Like, it doesn't feel like there's enough here for Holden, so he just gives it up. Yeah, he gives up the third.
Okay, that's actually a much better decision than game #1.
Yeah, otherwise he would have just lost everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but now he's actually in a pretty decent defensive position. Still no defensive structures in that natural base. But
yeah, but in the main of Yoyo, like, there's a massive warp in. The warp prism managed to get in. There is Zealots just wreaking havoc on all of these probes, adepts as well, and forces a recall.
That it does. Wowee, then Holden just completely came back on this game. Yeah. I'm just gonna check your sauce tab real quick. 26 probes have gone down for Yoyo throughout the course of this game. Rip game heart.
Oh my god, like this was amazing for Yoyo, like if he had just killed the third and killed all the probes there and kept going, but that counterattack was so important for Holden. That kept him in this game. Like, look at the worker count, like he's ahead in terms of workers. Like, his third base, sure, it had to be remade, but it's already halfway done. Like, it's not that far behind.
Yeah, honestly, and I mean, we do get to the age-old debate, right? That Yoyo, because he kept that third base alive, he has the potential, he has a chrono boost to just remake his probes, but after losing that much, Holden has a very substantial lead. As you were saying, he's not that far behind in terms of getting his third base back up and running. He's going to be able to get it while still maintaining his lead.
Ooh, yeah, and he has to be so careful. He actually tried to edge his way in to the main base of Yoyo with that War Prism, but there were Stalkers in position. They were able to take out the majority of the health of the War Prism, so he has to be so careful there with it if he decides to go in again. And things are just kind of going to slow down. Like, both players, they're on 3 bases. Holden, he is ahead in that worker count. Now it's on Yoyo to try and do something crazy, to try and deal some kind of counter damage in some way.
Try and all in again?
Maybe.
Maybe. But for the first time this series, like, we are going to be seeing a Robo Bay come down. And this time it's coming out from Holden. You see a very, very different tech late game here.
Yeah, definitely. We do see with that Robot Bay, I imagine we're going to be seeing disrupt. I don't know. I wouldn't like to see disruptors because you know he has a charge lot based army, but we could see it. We've seen it happen before.
Yeah. I'm just nodding along there.
More than anything, I would love to see Colossus, like especially against Zealots. Like I feel like Colossus are kind of what you want. You know, they deal some pretty decent AoE damage to them, but nope, never mind. We got disruptors on the way.
Yeah, we do no blink this time. It's not going to be quite the the PvP that I think we're used to. But actually, a Dark Strike coming out from Holden as well. So Archon Disruptor is what he's showing us.
Yeah, and this is interesting to say the least because I mean there are a couple of people pointing it out, and I mean Stalker Disruptor, I feel like that's typically what you see. That's like your normal PvP that you typically see, but here instead we've got Charge Lots, we've got Archons, we've got Disruptors, we've got a Dark Shrine on the way as well on the side of Holden. And yeah, we'll see. Again, it's our eyes on Yoyo right now. Like, what can he do to get back into this? Because he's still behind in workers, he's behind in bases as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of his last hurrah. He's technically ahead in terms of the army count and equal in the upgrades, but the Disruptors, like, they are the equalizer. In this case, I think they're going to do more than equalize. A nice chunk of the charge is being taken out by Yoyo over there. And Holden, he's got a very nice position up here on the ramp.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Yoyo, he was able to take out the Nexus, but at the same time, the Warp Prism gets into the main base again of Yoyo. More Zealots. Yeah, more gateways are depowered, more probes are going down. They're in the third base as well, and now Yoyo, he's forced all in.
That he is, and he's forced all in into all of these Disruptors. Purification Nova's taking out a good chunk of the Archons, and Holden, who was already ahead, is just so far ahead, I can't even see him.
Exactly. Oh my god, DT's even being warped in. Like Yoyo, he's trying to push on through, but there's just so much army here for Holden. Shield battery overcharge being used as well, and there just isn't enough here for Yoyo.
And there we have it. GG is called. Holden will be taking us into the ace match.
Wow, GG, he's done it. He's fought his way back. He was down 0-2 in this best of 5, but with that win, we're tied up. We're going to game 5.
Yeah, we are. We had nothing but 3-0s tonight. But here in the PvP, surprisingly, we're having our ace match, our full series.
Exactly. Oh my god. And we'll see if people switch things up. Yeah, all good. I'd be very surprised if we wait until game 5 for finally some kind of proxy to be thrown down on the map. It's possible. I'm really excited to see what the map is going to be for game 5. Are we going to end up on Golden Wall? Are we going to end up on Submarine or something a little bit more standard? Let's see, as I'm quickly going to check. And yeah, we're just gonna quickly get into game number 5. Ooh, it will be on Pillars of Gold. That will be the final map of the night, as this is our last series of the night. Oh god. As a reminder, this is NA Contender. I believe Kuro was explaining the tournament a little bit in the chat, as this tournament is restricted to players 5.2k MMR or lower, and this is restricted to players from the United States and Canada. Of course, if you do see Skyskrapr in the bracket, he is Japanese, but he is residing in the United States, so it is residents or citizens, so he can compete, can play. Unfortunately, earlier today he was knocked out by Koda in a pretty sick TVT. As I do quickly set up. But yeah, this is NA Contender. This is kind of like Code A, if you will, or Challenger, as the main event, or the quote-unquote Code S, is NA Apprentice, which is the tournament where players like Neeb, Nina, Estrella, Future, Vindicta, all the top players, they compete and battle it out there. And this is, you know, those just below them.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yes. I was gonna say welcome back as well, but I forgot that.
Are you good?
I'm loading in. I'm loading in.
Okay. Yeah, just quickly explaining what was happening, or what the tournament is. Of course, !Matcherino in the chat if you do want to use that free coupon code, as it is available there, I believe, to support the tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the codes have been used up or not, but I know that I've used up mine, so they may have been used up.
It's possible.
Nodding. Alright, I'm loading.
Sweet, beautiful. All right, 3, 2, 1.
And here we are now. What a way to end this light. We have a full series, PvP, and we're gonna end it on Golden Wall. Golden Wall? No, Pillars of Gold. We actually haven't seen Golden Wall yet today, or at all today, actually. Yeah, Golden Wall. I mean, we've seen Submarine once, but it's Golden Wall that's missing, so no bingo today. Any top right corner maps, fighting all the way into top right corner map, we have the green protest player coming out from the land of America. He goes up 2-0 initially in this game, but now he's down. Now he's down the ace match. How is he gonna win this? And if he wins this, yeah, it is a mystery, isn't it? Like, representing all inspiration, we have Yoyo.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Pillars of Gold LE, we have the American Protoss player. Representing Team Legion, it is Holden.
Yoyo is being very ballsy on Pillars of Gold.
Wow, okay.
That is the Nexus first.
It is. Bold
This
move.
could go terribly wrong.
In
I
the-
see it so clearly, like,
Oh my god.
terribly wrong.
Yeah, and Holden, we already have a proxy pylon being thrown down over to the right-hand side of Pillars of Gold. We'll see if he's opting to be aggressive here, and like in the ace match, this is when you go Nexus first. Okay.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Whatever you say, my guy. Now, to be fair, I think we have questioned Yoyo about this earlier on, and he did prove that he knew what to do to just barely hold, and then from there somehow win the game. So maybe it's not that crazy, but it seems really, really insane to me, like.
Yeah, it feels incredibly greedy. To be fair, as you were saying, we have seen him, get away with greed in previous games. I believe it was in game 1 and 2, essentially, mainly in game 1. But we do see that Holden, he is throwing down this proxy Stargate, and it's going to be on Yoyo to try and scout this. Like, he does have a probe scouting off to the left-hand side of the map, but nothing over to the right, unfortunately. So, yeah, at the moment, he's going to be blind. He's not going to see this coming.
Yeah, but he does at least suspect something's coming up. He did keep his scouting probe in the main base of Holden for quite some time. As you say, he hasn't really been getting anything whatsoever, so he should have a little bit of an inkling here. Sending out another probe, just to be sure.
Yeah, I imagine he should be aware that something is coming, because I believe he got into the main base to count pylons, and there was only one there at the time, so he should be aware that there's another one out on the map. Whether or not there is actually, a building being proxied is a different question.
The probe is right in front of that.
Oh,
but another probe is going in.
He sees it. Yeah, he sees it.
He sees it.
It's kind of too late, though. Like, the Oracle, it's already done.
I mean, there are a couple of stalkers, but yeah, they're not quite in position. They're in the natural base. But to be fair, the Stargate is a little bit far into the back. Yoyo does have time to reposition the stalkers. Oracles is still going to do a decent amount of damage thanks to no shield battery there. 3 probes already going down.
Yeah, nicely done. The probe was in position at the natural to throw down a shield battery to deny the adepts from going in. So nicely done, was able to stop them all, but the Shade does actually manage to sneak on in.
Yeah, except this time there are a couple of military units to attack that, army units to deal with that. Another probe does go down, but it could have been way, way worse here for Yoyo.
Yeah, definitely. And so far, the Oracle has only gotten 3 probe kills. That's pretty good, but there is a second Oracle that joins him. So now there is enough DPS here to out damage the shield battery healing. And there we go. More probes are going down. Oh, God.
This is the time where I wish we had Game Heart, but yeah, 14 probes going down throughout the course of this game.
Jesus, even sniping the sentry.
Even a sentry. That was so valuable of a target that we both had to say it in unison.
Yeah, and he gets away.
And the Oracles live.
Yeah, the Oracles somehow live as well. Jesus Christ, one Oracle with both Oracles with 7 kills. That's 13 probes plus that sentry. My God.
That's game breaking for this stage of the game.
Oh yeah, that's an insane amount of damage done already, and this wouldn't be like too bad if like there was maybe some kind of follow up from Yoyo, but he doesn't really have too much going for him. He has +1 on the way, and that's kind of it at the moment.
I'm just waiting for the all in to come in, the 2 base all in. You cannot drag Yoyo down because he's just gonna fight back up.
Exactly. Like, I would say that Yoyo has a chance here if Holden was like, I don't know, being greedy behind this and like maybe going for an expansion and throwing down a bunch of like tech. But we're not seeing that. Like, he's still only on 2 bases. He's just working on his production buildings at the moment. Like, he's not, you know, he's not taking that risk, right? He's just playing this straight up, and it means that it's going to be more difficult for Yoyo to find some kind of damage here and find a way back into this.
Yeah, meanwhile, Holden just finding even more opportunities here. And I feel like I just want to take what you said and times it by 10. We cannot overstate how brutal it's looking right now for Yoyo, but he does have enough of an economy to fight back. He has another gateway explosion coming up here, and Yoyo, he's doing what he does best.
Yeah, well, he's just doing what he does.
Oh, he's doing what he does.
Yeah, every single game he's done this, he's going for the 2 base, 8 gateway explosion for those
gateway.
Yeah, for those charge shots that are going to hit with +1. And again, this can hit pretty hard. He's throwing down even 2 more gateways, and yeah, we'll see. Like in previous games, Holden, he has underestimated this push and not taken it too seriously and just died to it. Here in game 5, I would hope after 4 games of going up against this, he would be looking a little bit better. We'll see though. Like, it looks like he is looking to expand and take a 3rd.
But you're looking at it from Holden's point of view. From Yoyo's point of view, he's done it 4 games in a row. He's just refined it once again.
Exactly.
For the 5th time.
Yep, he's just doing it again. Oh boy, and we'll see. I mean, Holden, he does have the Oracle in the natural. Like, he should, if he went into the main base, he would be able to see everything. And for the most part, he's seen all the gateways, so he's aware. What's he gonna do at home? Still no shield batteries, not even in the natural.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can recall, even getting a couple of shield batteries, but insufficient numbers, was what kind of lost Holden game number 2, so this is going to be a little bit rough. To be fair, the natural base is a lot easier to defend here rather than, say, a 3rd base.
True.
But
yeah, I think something important is that he actually didn't go for the 3rd Nexus. Like, he's getting ready for it, and it looks like he's saving up enough minerals for it. I hope he doesn't throw it down. Like, he needs to take this seriously and defend. I say that, but Yoyo's actually taking a 3rd Nexus behind this. He's not committing. Or not committing as hard as he could have.
I actually kind of like this. I think Yoyo knows that Holden has a suspicion that he's going to go after him, right? After taking out that Oracle with those units. So, yeah, just make him stay back, make him play safe, and then get ahead in terms of the base count, you know, ultimate mind games.
I love it. This is very Miyamika-esque. Like, what you do is you go for this big 2 base opening and your opponent sees it, so you just don't go for it. You just expand behind it. It's like, you just don't attack, and your opponent, he's scared, he's defensive because he's waiting for it, and because of that, like, Yoyo, he takes this opportunity to get a faster 3rd base. Yeah,
although Holden, the jig is kind of up. He is now realized that, you know, he's not going to be attacked for a while. Sends out a Warp Prism, although there are a couple of Stalkers here to meet that.
that there are, and the War Prism does dive in a little bit, but does encounter those Stalkers, so he does back off in the end. We'll see, as again, the last game, like, it was the War Prism harass that won Holden the game. Like, twice the War Prism was able to get into the main base and just wreak havoc, and we'll see if he does it again.
Yeah, well, he's definitely trying to, and that's a quick warp into Zealots right into Yoyo's main base, in to the natural base as well, but Yoyo a lot better prepared for it this time, has a couple of charges of his own, and actually retreating the probes to shield battery range. He has lost 23 probes throughout the course of this game, though.
Yeah.
And just look at the supply difference, you know, 51 to 44. Normally it would have been okay if Yoyo had the quicker third base, but Holden wasn't too slow in catching up there.
Yeah, he's not too far behind, if you will, and because of that, like, the economies are kind of, you know, close to each other. Like, Yoyo is a little bit behind in terms of that worker count, but not by too much, and he's currently ahead. Oh, never mind. They are currently around even in terms of the army supply as well. Yoyo, he has been on top of his upgrades, which I do like. We'll see what Holden does with this, because again, like, the game is kind of evened out. I kind of want to favor the defensive player a little bit more. It does depend if, you know, they have shield batteries in play as well.
Yeah, well, normally you want to say defender's advantage will help out enough, right? Especially when the supplies are this close, as well as the upgrades. But yeah, I'm with you there. Where are the defensive structures right now for Yoyo? It's one shield battery in the third base, one in the natural, and not even in position. A massive warp into Zealots in the main.
Exactly. Once again, the War Prism was able to get into the main base of Yoyo and is again just pulling away his attention. Meanwhile, Holden, he's getting ready to push into the third base.
Indeed, he is. Yoyo trying to form an arc there, which is going to be enough to sort of chase Holden away for a little while. There's just no anti-air right now for Yoyo. This War Prism, absolute MVP throughout this game.
Jesus
Taking
Christ.
Yoyo apart and even taking incremental damage over time. Gotta lose the robo facility Yoyo is, and if that opens up to deny this +3.
Yeah, eventually this will be cleaned up, but the War Prism is still alive. It's actually headed towards the third base as well. Like, I can't imagine it's going to deal too much damage.
Oh, so many Archons! And it does get taken out.
It does finally get taken out, but it was well worth it. Like, it very much so paid for itself. Like, it dealt so much damage.
It dealt a lot of probe damage, like, but here's what worries me. What was the tech that got taken out, you know? The robo facility is still up and running. +3 is almost finished. And Yoyo, he's pushing.
Yeah, and Yoyo, he is currently ahead in the army supply. There is this window of opportunity where he will have +3, and his opponent will be stuck on +2, so maybe he will be able to utilize that. Again, though, he has to be so careful with how he engages here.
I only see a single shield battery here, Light. Single shield battery and a couple of cannons, but with this amount of beef, you know, the beef waves are about to smack into one another.
There's a lot of Archons on both sides. There's a lot of Archons.
Yeah. Oh, that Wagyu.
Oh my god, you can taste it and smell it. Of course, behind this, Holden, he is expanding, so if he's able to hold, he will have that economic advantage. Yoyo, though, he's looking to try and break him right here, right now. He's ahead by 20 army supply.
He really needs to realize that there's a fourth base for Holden.
He needs to just push in, needs to go, and finally he finds a way down.
And yeah, this is going to be really important. He has to win this. He does it at +3. Meanwhile, his third base in absolute shambles thanks to a warp in of Zealots. This is do or die right now for Yoyo. Yeah. This is actually almost a base trade, and it looks like Yoyo will be getting the advantage here in terms of the army supply. At least Holden's army supply plummeting right over here.
Exactly.
I cannot believe what I'm looking at, Light.
He hit that window. Finally, 3-3 is done for both players, but for that entire engagement, Yoyo was up by +1. He was up in upgrades for that entire fight, and even though he lost everything at his third base, like, he was able to kill the entire base, the entire army, sorry, of Holden. And now what does he have? He has 3 Archons left.
3 Archons left. Yoyo is up with the warp in his main base, and Yoyo right inside Holden's production. And I gotta tell you, like, Holden, he fought back really well. He gave us this ace match.
Yeah.
But in the end, Yoyo, he went up this series, he went down, and now he's up again.
Exactly. He does what he does best, and he bounced back in this series just like a Yoyo does. He took out the main army. He's taking out the natural here. At home, he was able to deal with the War Prism, to deal with the counter-harassing damage, and Yoyo, it was looking really close, but mate, doing the same thing every single game. That beef wave.
He refined himself. That beef wave. He hit the window so fine that the beef became tender. I don't know where I was going with that.
I didn't know where you were going with that. You didn't know where you were going with that. But we went somewhere together. And where we went was Yoyo just taking the game. I mean, Holden, he's still staying in this, and I don't blame him, right? It's the ace match. Like, it's his...
He's processing.
He is processing. His tournament life is on the line. He has a single Archon right now.
And he came so close as well.
Yeah, he did.
It's definitely a painful experience.
Shout out to Orsak. Holden got tenderized.
That he did. Them beef. Hashtag them beef. But yeah, this. I mean, it's hard to see Holden coming back into it. All right, then we have it. GG's called. And with that, Yoyo is going to be our fourth round of 12 player to make it to the quarterfinals. Going to be facing Wonder in a PVT. Oh boy.
Wow, GG, well played. What a final series to end the night on. What a final way to end a PvP on. And yeah, it was a very interesting style, to say the least. Just charge the Archon every single game.
I just love charging Archon, lad, I gotta tell you. It may be because when I was trying to learn Protoss, that was the only composition I knew how to do in PvP, but it's good. It's tender. It's a lot of beef. You got some Wagyu, right, with the Archons, and then you get some jerky with the Chargelets.
Yo, would Stalkers be jerky because they're like thin and lanky?
Oh, actually. Yeah, Stalkers could be jerky. But
maybe.
What would Chargelets be? Chargelets would be like a shish kebab. Just kind of cubed. Yeah, because also they skewer their opponents.
Exactly. It all makes sense.
But then what would DTs be? DTs would be like sushi. But that's not beef. So that's another thing we can use.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
And with that, as you were saying, that completes the round of 12, and now we have our finalized round of 8.
That we do. It is gonna be. I actually close the bracket. Hold on, it's on stream somewhere. There it is. It is gonna be Last Surprise, the Terran player up against Worldisdoom, the Zerg player. Starting with TVZ, that's pretty hype if you ask me. Sigifried, Protoss player up against Koda, Bear, and also Terran player. Hui, Not Solo, Zerg player up against Benjadeath, social media guy, and also Zerg player. And then Wonder, Terran player up against Yoyo, goes up and down, Protoss player.
I would love it if their series also went all the way to the ace match after Yoyo was up to her. That'd be great.
That would be our bit for the entire tournament.
It would.
Yoyo goes up, Yoyo goes down. Can't explain that.
Can't explain that. I do also love that today we had a TVT and we had a PvP, and the next time we cast this, we will have a ZVZ. So we're able to get
and the mirrors up
all the matchups. It's great.
We actually won't have a PvP for a while. Look at this bracket. The only PvP left is potentially the grand finals.
Oh, we know it's going to be the finals. We know.
Knowing our luck. Look, we can evade it for so long, but it is our watch.
Exactly. But with that, congratulations to all the players who advanced today. Condolences, commiserations to the players who got knocked out today. They played well, especially Holden, going all the way to the ace match. And yeah, with that, that concludes our broadcast for the day. Right, Yaku? Yeah.
I'm ready to pass out.
That concludes our broadcast for today. We'll be back next week with the round of 8. And the week after that with the semifinals and finals, both concurrently concurrently. No, one after the other, I should say.
Yeah, this isn't ESL.
This is not ESL, but
You don't do it concurrent.
but yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this night of NA StarCraft. Shout out again to M Canning for the raid. We really appreciate it. M Canning, he always gives us a lot of love. And yeah, I mean, how more NA can you get than M Canning, really?
It is accurate. Just look at his Wikipedia profile picture.
Oh god.
Man, I mean, we didn't really get to talk about it a lot, but I was really excited when M Canning boomed his group, made it out first, and then fortunately couldn't quite bring it all the way. But it's good, you know. He did. It was very exciting. You know, those games he did play.
Definitely. Like, we didn't get to talk about it, but let's talk about it a little bit. M Canning has been or was on fire in DreamHack. It was amazing to see with like the mothership and just his style of play, just repping NA. I talk about this a lot with Yoda, but like it's great that Jim for Latin America, that Jim Rising, like
Jim Rising.
Yeah, we have Jim Rising, who's a massive like personality.
Personality, that's one.
Yeah,
he shaved his head on stream recently.
Mate, he cross-dressed on stream before that.
Cross-dressed on stream before that, yeah.
He did. He's a massive personality, but he's also an incredibly good player in the Latin American scene. And you can also say the same for M Canning now. Like, he's a massive personality, and it's so good for the NA scene for him to be doing well and actually, you know, competing and taking it to these other top-tier players.
I'm really afraid of what happens if the two of them meet up.
We need it to happen.
They're just gonna take over all of Twitch.
Yep. I can't wait to see the day. It's gonna be beautiful.
I can imagine it.
But yeah, it's great for the scene. It's just like how when it comes to the Korean scene, Parting is doing well, and Parting is also like incredibly, you know, a massive personality, and everyone loves watching him play and compete. I feel like EU is maybe missing that a little bit. We'll see what happens. Maybe MaxPax.
I feel like maybe MaxPax. Yeah, I feel like EU is a little different, right? Because EU, they're teachers, right? They're not. Because I feel like EU has like Hearthstem and Euthermal, but they're not like the big explosive like hosts.
Yeah,
the big explosive like, you know, people like Jim Rising or M Canning are. But I mean, Hearthstem's really carrying that for, I feel. True.
They have different personalities, I should say, not necessarily the big like bombastic outgoing Dastan with calling them out for not a Dastan. Look, we didn't want to say it, all right?
We didn't want to say it.
Oh god, shout out to Dastan in the chat. He is a Protoss Chilean player. He's one of the best in all of Chile, maybe even the best if Darkness doesn't come back from school for Nada Darkness. God damn it. But Dastan, he's great. He's beautiful. He's amazing.
That he is. Dastan mejor.
Wow. He's gonna clip that. All right. But with that, mate, we're done.
We're done. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with DC Duckling Open. We're on 90, I want to say?
87.
87. Okay, close, pretty close.
So, you know, before we, you know, head out, Yaku, where can people find more of you?
Twitch.tv/Yakuzaku1. I'll probably stream on Sunday, unless something comes up. It's gonna be Darkest Dungeon. I really enjoyed playing it the last time I streamed it, so I actually decided not to. I actually held off on it until I can actually stream it again. So yeah, I'm gonna be looking forward to that, and unfortunately not gonna be streaming StarCraft 2 unless maybe something in the arcade or whatever. But yeah, it's mostly gonna be Darkest Dungeon.
Nice.
Twitter.com at Empora Yakuzaku. !Discord in the chat, and you can find myself as well as the other members of CranKy. Other than that, buy my shirts. Where can we find you, Light?
Light_VIP on Twitch and Twitter. You can find me. I'm typically streaming every day. It's either a ladder session or I'm going through an XCOM playthrough at the moment, XCOM 2, with all the CranKy Ducklings as, you know, as my squad.
Have you recruited me yet?
No.
End your stream before I get up. I just don't have time to watch the VODs.
Yeah. So people like Kuro, who's in the chat, 16 Squad Senseki, she's in there, along with all the other CranKy Ducklings members. If you're familiar with our team, then we're all there. Unfortunately, Kuro's she's dead. she was one of the first to die.
She's a ghost.
Yeah, it was look, F's in the chat. It's been rough. But it's also been a lot of fun. But yeah, as Yaku just said, we will be back tomorrow with C Duckling Open. Wow, I even have a schedule screen. Look at that weekly schedule. We'll be live tomorrow at 7 p.m. KST with C Duckling Open, which is our bi-weekly bronze to diamond tournament. So if you are interested in some more amateur StarCraft, then do tune into that for some bronze to diamond play. Other than that, check out our Discord server. We're all there. You know, we love to promote, you know, as many events as we can, as well as, you know, whatever else StarCraft related. You know, there's plenty of us there, so do come on in and yeah, join the pond. It's great. It's beautiful. And with that, mate, we're done.
Bye.
Ciao. See you tomorrow. Stay tuned. We're gonna raid someone.
Yeah.